Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good morning, Dr. Richard O'Brien. Don't you want to come to the front? Everyone in there with the breakfast, come. I love calling people, I do it. I mean calling people in. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We recently, we have a visiting scholar in residence this week, and I'm laughing because I opened up his introduction instead of the introduction for this event. You see, I'm very transparent. Well, we're gonna get started. So if our friends who are in the back there could just come and join us. I'm going to invite everyone also to move up so that we can be close to each other. The first time we ever did this was in 2021, and we couldn't be close to each other, but now we can. So I'm gonna ask that people please move up. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let folks get settled and sit down. Thank you to our friends who are joining us online. I'm so happy because last year when we did this, it was the coldest day of the year in Boston. We were supposed to have 100 high school students come, and then they closed BPS. So I'm just really happy that it's 40 degrees and not below zero today. So my name is Dr. Regine Jean. I'm the Dean's Professor of Culture and Social Justice, Professor of Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies, and Director of the Africana Studies Program. I'm going to begin by acknowledging the territory on which Northeastern stands, which is the land of the Wampanoag and the Massachusetts people. We honor the continued efforts of the Native and Indigenous community leaders who work to preserve the history and culture of the tribes which make up Eastern Massachusetts and the surrounding region. Today, Boston is still home to many indigenous people, including the Mashpee Wampanoag and the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead, Aquinnah, and the Mi'kmaq, and many more in our region. We also affirm that this land acknowledgement is insufficient. It does not undo the harm that has been and continues to be perpetuated against our indigenous siblings. We urge all of you here to dig deeper into acts of solidarity and action that we will not only honor in word, but will also demonstrate committed solidarity in action with Indigenous people across Turtle Island. I have to grab my program, sorry. So good morning again, and welcome to our annual Africana Studies Bell Hook Symposium. A very warm welcome to those of you who are attending with us online and those of you who are here in the room with us. Personally, I can't think of a better way to spend the second day of February, which is Black History Month, than honoring the genius of Black women like bell hooks and the various scholars that you will meet today. There is nothing new under the sun, but there are new suns. This prophetic wisdom by Black feminist author Octavia Butler comes to mind as I contemplate the current state of the world, as well as our 2024 theme, Black Feminist Worldmaking. Butler's incandescent ability to convey how characters trapped in unlivable worlds search for and find new suns is, to me, a visionary description of world making. Our 2024 symposium takes on this theme at a time when the need for us to search for and find new suns feels particularly urgent. Turning to Butler in this moment makes a lot of sense to me because, as novelist Jessamine Ward writes describing the impact of this feminist foremother's work, quote, Butler finds her way in a world that perpetually demoralizes, confounds, and browbeats. She writes her way to hope. This is how she confronts darkness and persists in the face of her own despair, end quote. Today's invitation to focus on Black feminist world making for an entire day asks us to be like Butler, to write our way to hope, to look for other suns, to imagine otherwise, to look for other worlds. I hope that our symposium will provide us with an opportunity to find our way together. I'm sure that if you're in this room or online already, I might not have to explain to you why bell hooks. But I think it is important for us to remember and name the contribution she made, especially as someone committed to making the ideas of Black feminism accessible to everyone. As Robin Kelley puts it in Freedom Dreams, the Black Radical Imagination, quote, when Bell Hooks says feminism for everybody, she is echoing what has always been a basic assumption of Black feminists. We are not talking about identity politics, but a constantly developing, often contested, revolutionary conversation about how all of us might envision and remake the world, end quote. Now in its third year, the Bell Hooks Symposium is a space of reflection, dialogue, and community building that we first convened after the trailblazing, multi-hyphenate Black feminist scholar, professor, author, and activist went to join the ancestors on December 15th, 2021. In 2022, we gathered to collectively mourn, hold space, remember, and honor the legacy of Bell Hooks. That first year, our theme was talking back, the genius of Bell Hooks. The following year, our theme was Black feminism, Black freedom, taking seriously Fannie Lou Hamer's point that nobody's free until everybody's free. We focused on the myriad meanings and imaginings of freedom by Black feminists all over the world. In the Hook spirit, we always take a symposium with a lowercase s approach, using the lowercase to indicate our investment in reimagining academic spaces with possibility in mind. As she writes, quote, the academy is not paradise, but learning is a place where paradise can be created. The classroom, with all of its limitations, remains a location of possibility. In that field of possibility, we have the opportunity to labor for freedom, to demand of ourselves and our comrades an openness of mind and heart that allows us to face reality, even as we collectively imagine ways to move beyond boundaries, to transgress. This is education as the practice of freedom, end quote. So it's with that very clear description of the classroom as a location of possibility and an understanding that there are many, many, many classrooms beyond the walls of academic institutions that we welcome you to embark on Black feminist worldmaking, asking us to contemplate our futures and our visions. I'm especially excited that this year, our inaugural Black Feminist Studies postdoctoral fellow, Dr. A.K. Wright, has conceptualized the symposium theme. As they write in the description, quote, if technology is simply a tool, what tools do we need for new worlds? Approaching Black feminist theory and praxis as a site of world building, this year's theme guides us, those invested in Black feminism, to imagine, dream, and build our visions. Black feminism encourages us to engage complexity and nuance. Hence, we question the role of digital and speculative sites as areas for liberatory practices, understanding them as both limiting and groundbreaking and everything in between. We dive into the mess of digital worlds, technological ecologies, and speculative mythologies to propel us towards potential liberatory technologies to craft new and better tools for Black feminist worldmaking, end quote. I love the idea of diving into the mess together, because to me it really sums up what we are called to do in this moment. May we do so today in the most Black feminist of ways, with an openness of mind and heart that allows us to face reality, even as we collectively imagine ways to move beyond boundaries, to transgress. Now, before I invite Dr. Wright to the stage to lead us in an embodied activity, I want to say thank you to our co-sponsors. We have the CAMD College of Arts, Media, and Design Center for the Arts, the CAMD Center for Communication, Media Innovation, and Social Change, led by my friend Dr. Meredith Clark, who's here in the front row and will be moderating the first keynote conversation. We have the College of Social Sciences and Humanities Dean's Office. One of our associate deans, Laura Green, is here. Thank you, Laura, for being here. We have the English department. We have the history department, Frugal Bookstore, which is a wonderful Black-owned bookstore here in Roxbury, and they will be here from 1 to 3 selling books. I asked Clarissa, who's one of the owners, to curate just a stack of Black feminist books, not just by Bell Hooks, but by others. So it will be a big treat for you all. We also have the Humanities Center, the John D. O'Brien African American Institute. Thank you, Richard. We have the Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging. Thank you, Carl. The Office of University Advancement, the Office of the Provost, the Village of Belonging. Thank you so much, Jennifer Barrymore. This is a really important initiative that's taking place at Northeastern to amplify the voices, experiences, and connections for our Black and Brown alumni. And the Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies program, my dear colleagues who are always, always here. So thank you to all of you. And now, without any more talking from me, I will introduce our inaugural postdoctoral Black Feminist Studies fellow. And AK has been a wonder. AK has been here with us for 2 years now, and they are headed to George Washington in the fall to be an assistant professor of Black Feminist Studies. So we are going to miss them, but they really have already done so much here at Northeastern, and their impact has been felt tremendously. Thank you, AK.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. In the spirit of Bell Hooks, who advocated for a place for the body, soul, and spirit in the classroom, and to acknowledge our full selves, we will now hold space for our whole selves. In Teaching to Transgress, Bell Hooks writes, trained in the philosophical context of Western metaphysical dualism, many of us have accepted the notion that there is a split between the body and the mind. Believing this, individuals enter the classroom to teach as though only the mind is present and not the body. To call attention to the body is to betray the legacy of repression and denial that has been handed down to us by our professional elders, who have been usually white and male. Beyond the realm of critical thought, it is equally crucial that we learn to enter the classroom whole and not as disembodied spirit. So let's hold space for our full embodied spirits. A new world is not possible without our bodies. And through our bodies, we can practice the world making that makes liberation possible. So first, I ask you to set an intention for today. I ask you to reflect upon this. How does my spirit want to show up today? And I'll give you a few seconds to think through that. How does your spirit want to show up today? Hopefully that was enough time for y'all to think through that question. Now I want you to share that attention with another person. So say out loud your attention to someone else, and if you don't know them, introduce your name. Hello, my name is blank, and this is what my spirit wants today. All right, thank you for sharing your intentions with each other. Now we're going to say it out loud to the whole entire room. We're all going to say it at once. So we're going to let our voices travel the room, and I'm going to give you a countdown of 3. So 1, 2, 3. Y'all can do better than that. All right. So how does your spirit want to show up today? Really speak from your spirit. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for that. I hope your attentions continue to fulfill you for today. And now we're going to activate them with some breath work and movement. So we're going to do a breath count of 4, 4, 4. So we're going to inhale for 4, we're going to hold for 4, and then we're going to exhale for 4. And don't worry, I'll be counting you down, so you don't have to necessarily guide yourself. I'll be guiding you. All right, so if you can, ground your feet on the floor. You can either keep your eyes open or close your eyes or lower your gaze. I encourage you not to have anything in your laps. We are so often connected to those types of technology, so let's clear our laps, clear our space as much as we can to really bring full attention to our bodies. Okay. All right, let's start with just a breath together. Inhale and exhale. One more time, inhale and exhale. And now we will start our count. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. And as you inhale, I want you to imagine yourself pulling the air into your lungs. And as you exhale, imagine you just blowing or fogging up a window. So like a slow exhale. So inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to do it one more time. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. I encourage you to keep your eyes closed if they're already closed or to lower your gaze. And now we're going to engage in some movement to activate your intention and the breath work you just engaged in. So we're going to start from the head, moving our head side to side, forward and back. And then you could do a circle if you wish. All right. And now let's get the shoulders involved. So move your shoulders. Reverse the motion, go in the opposite way. Getting your spine in there. And now raise your hands. And twirl your wrist. Yes. All right. And then drop your hands like you're pushing something away. All right, we can do better than that, y'all. Up, and one more time. Up, and all right. And now we're going to go lower to our body, so we're going to tap our feet. I'm not going to tap too much, but y'all can tap a bit. Yep. And if it feels good, move your ankles. All right. So now that y'all have stretched, you're ready to dance. So now I want you to get up and travel the room. You can dance, you can stretch, whatever movement feels good. Don't worry, I do have music. And this is music from Black Feminist Worldmaker, Janelle Monáe. So you can stretch. You can go say hello to a friend. You can hug somebody. You can go hug somebody. You can move around. You can start walking around the room, greet someone new. I danced around the room. All right, y'all, let's return to our seats. So hopefully you shifted something in your body, you're able to engage your breath in a new way, and you have felt your full embodied spirit. Thank you all for practicing that with me today, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. And now we will transition to the next part of our program. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Oh, y'all are all primed and ready to go. We love it. All right, I am Meredith Clark. I am an associate professor here in journalism and communication studies, and also director of the Center for Communication, Media Innovation, and Social Change, which is fortunate to be a co-sponsor of today's event. And I have the esteemed privilege of introducing our featured speaker for today. And I want to tell you a little bit about her. So she is a daughter, a wife, a sister, a mother, a scholar, a lead PI, an advisor, and a Chicagoan. But of all of the labels that Dr. Catherine Knight Steele wears, of all of the things that I could tell you about what she does and who she is to so many people, I am most privileged to be able to call her my friend. Dr. Catherine Knight Steele is an associate professor of communication at the University of Maryland, College Park, and the director of the Andrew W. Mellon-founded Initiative Synergies of Digital Humanities and African American History and Culture. She now leads a lab through the Mellon Project, I believe is PI of the lab, and her research area is on race, gender, and media with a specific focus on African American discourse online. She examines how traditionally marginalized populations resist oppression and use online technology to create spaces of community. Steele's work has appeared in journals including Social Media and Society, Television and New Media, and the Howard Journal of Communication. Her book, and one thing about Kat that I absolutely love, she said when this book came into the world, from that moment on, you could not tell me anything. And this is the kind of energy with which I aspire to move through life, because her book is that girl. Her book, Digital Black Feminism, explores how digital Black feminism and the use of online technology by Black women shapes Black feminist discourse. It was published in 2021 by New York University Press. She is also co-author with Drs. Jessica Liu and Kevin Winstead of Doing Black Digital Humanities with Radical Intentionality. And if there's a phrase that describes Dr. Knight Steele, it is that she is a woman of radical intentionality. She put together this amazing event a few years ago called Intentionally Digital, Intentionally Black, and she moves through the world with this intention. And it's intense, y'all, it's really intense. So we have the privilege today to hear from her, to learn from her, and it is my honor to welcome Dr. Catherine Knight Steele.
Oh, thank you so much, Meredith. And it's really quite lovely to be here. I'm going to talk for such a short period of time because I would rather talk to my friend if that's okay with y'all, and we'll sit and chat. But I'll talk just for a brief few minutes, and I'll start the same way that I start every talk that I give, with gratitude, right? Which is I am so intensely grateful for the invitation to be here, for what is a remarkable remembrance of a remarkable person, scholar, writer, who has impacted so many of us so deeply in so many ways. So specifically, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the planning and the thought and the vision that went behind this. Also, thank you to the folks whose names and faces we don't tend to see when we come to the programs, who do the work of making sure that the papers are on the desks and the folks get into their hotels okay, and that the food is placed out for us, and that the trash is picked up afterwards, and that the chairs are placed where they are, and that our rooms are cleaned. And it is our privilege and it is our responsibility to stand in solidarity with the folks on our campuses who make it possible for us to gather in spaces like this, think the thoughts that we do, write the way that we do, that none of the work that we do is possible without their effort and their labor. And it is our task to stand in solidarity as they fight and advocate for appropriate wages and labor benefits on our campuses. And so we are privileged to stand with them and to thank them as well for these occasions. So I'll start by just saying that my formal introduction to bell hooks was in the sophomore year of my undergraduate experience at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And I remember sitting in that classroom and reading the works of three women in particular. One was Dr. Patricia Hill Collins, her book, Black Feminist Thought. The second was Joan Morgan's When Chicken Heads Come Home to Roost, which is to this day one of my favorite books. It is the book that I put in my niece's time capsule for when she turns 21 because it resonates forever. And it is bell hooks. And bell hooks's book had just come out in 2000, just around that time when I was there, Feminism is for Everybody. And I remember reading it in that space and noting that that work and the work of those scholars changed my little world. And so it is apropos and it is wonderful that I'm here to talk about this idea of world making. When I started my PhD program, I thought that I was going to do research on race and communication, which I did. But to me, race and communication meant that we were going to study news and politics. That's what I understood the field of communication to do, if ever it was to touch issues of race. We would study what white folks thought about Black folks. I read this book by Andy Rejecki and Robert Entman called The Black Image in the White Mind, and it was powerful to me that they were able to do this really amazing research that charted how white folks in the city of Chicago saw and read the news and what impact that had on things like policy as it related to Black people who were living in the same city. And so that's what I thought I was going to do. I was going to study newspapers. I was going to understand how people's positions changed after they learned about certain things, or how news stories were presented, what representation looked like on television and in media. And that is still really, really important research. I want to be clear about that. But I am grateful that where I started on my academic journey is not where I landed, because now what I care most about is the way that we build and rebuild worlds for ourselves. By we, I mean people for whom technology has been routinely pulled away and stripped away, people who have had technology used against them in processes of oppression and repression, but the same people for whom have taken those technologies and reworked and rebuilt and reformed them into things that they could use to carve out spaces of joy and resistance and indeed world making. So as I was reflecting on the theme for this year's symposium, I thought about a through thread in the way that I write and the way that I think and the way that I do research. And that is this. When I think about digital culture and Blackness and Black feminist thought, I use spaces, physical, grounded spaces that feel familiar to me as a metaphor for better understanding the limitations and the possibilities for our digital worlds. For example, I started out when I was writing my dissertation, writing about the Black blogosphere. So this is, around 2010-ish. The Black blogosphere is big. I want y'all to remember. If people weren't there, go back. It was big, right? But it was only big to us. And that's what made it really unique. And so what I thought that most mirrored in something I was familiar with was the barbershop. The barbershop was such a culturally significant, important place for Black men, and I'll come back to that, was a culturally significant place because it was a place we didn't have to perform for whiteness, right? It was insular in such a way that it could hold the capacity for people to think together, dialogue, debate, right? That you could have a difference of opinion, but it was still intercommunal, right? And then also people were making money in this space. This was an entrepreneurial venture where they were still able to do these tasks for other Black folks. I said, that's like a barbershop, right? What's going on in the blogosphere really feels familiar to me in that way. And so I wrote about that in my dissertation research, also because it was a place that was not being thought about by digital scholarship at that time. What digital scholarship at that time told us was that Black people weren't online. I know that sounds really, really outlandish right now because we know what Black folks have meant to digital culture and to social media, but return with me to graduate school where the readings that we were given were, Black folks are not here, they don't know how to use computers, we need to go into the schools and teach Black people how to use technology because they just don't know what's going on. And we sat in those classrooms, Meredith, myself, lots of us, and said, that's not what's happening, that's not our day to day. And we wrote that kind of history into existence in our graduate work. But when it came time to write my first book, what I knew to be true was that wasn't the whole story, that in fact, that space, the barbershop, did not tell the same story as the beauty shop. And so digital Black feminism allowed me to process this idea of a virtual beauty shop, a place where Black feminist technoculture thrived and developed. But more importantly, where we could understand that Black feminist technoculture does not begin online. It began with the hands of those who braided our hair and laid it to the side. It began with people who had the skill sets, the entrepreneurial understanding, as well as the love for their people to create spaces where a need was met, but where also people could dialogue and discuss and become one together. So that virtual beauty shop created another analogous space for us to do that kind of communal work, right? So I was working my way through understanding what it was we were seeing in these digital landscapes. The second book that Meredith mentioned, I used a different space, which was the kitchen table. And many of us perhaps grew up in households where our kitchen tables were cornerstones for the community, where people gathered over meals. They were fed both physically and then mentally and spiritually, because what we understood through our long and lengthy history is that you can't start asking people to be revolutionaries if they're hungry. You can't start asking people to break down the white supremacist capitalist patriarchy when they need to just eat today. And so the kitchen table provides us this really lovely landscape, I argue, for those in the academy to think about how we treat our students, how we treat our archives, how we treat our artifacts and digital materials, and whether or not we're welcoming them into a space where people can be fed materially as well as intellectually, as well as through their spirit. I try to take this praxis into that lab that Meredith described, the Black Communication and Technology Lab, where once a month we have BCAT Eats, and we just eat. And I had to try to explain this to the Mellon Foundation. So was that they're not going to be learning digital tools. They're not going to be required to produce something. I would just like to feed people every month. Because what I know to be true, what my parents taught me to be true, what my church home taught me to be true, is that when you feed people, they stay. They come back, and they want to learn more, and they want to engage more, and they want to connect more. More recently, I moved from that kitchen table idea with my advisee to the corner. And Meredith talked about me being from Chicago, so I'm going to be a Chicagoan for a second and talk about Common, who had a song called I Wish I Could Give You This Feeling, The Corner. If you don't know it, put it on your playlist. It was, at the time, produced by Kanye West, but it was the old Kanye West, so we're going to still listen to that, and y'all not going to tell me nothing about it. And in that corner, that was that song, The Corner, that was written with Kanye West and the Lost Poets, what they talk about is this space, this outdoor space, that even though we know doesn't technically belong to us, it still kind of does, right? The corner was our space, our Rock of Gibraltar, our place where we were in charge of what passed through and didn't, who could be present and who wouldn't, what they would sell and what they wouldn't. It has and holds these kind of multiple meanings for us because we also know the kind of surveillance that happens on spaces like corners, where our bodies are not always protected. And this very much, for me, speaks to our present digital era, where we must think very clearly about spaces like Twitter, like other social media platforms that we thought were ours. We thought we had carved out these corners that couldn't be touched, where we could laugh and we could advocate and we could do activist work. And what we found out, many of us knew all along, was that they aren't really ours. That at any moment, the people who hold power can pull back on those spaces and let loose the kind of surveillance and violence that we have already seen on the physical corners in our neighborhood. My current book project, I'll give you a slight preview, is called The World Didn't Give It. And in that book project, I returned to a space that was very familiar to me as a child, which is the Black church. And I think the Black church and the history of the Black church also holds a lot of capacity for us to think about and wrestle with this notion of world making, of what it meant for us to create spaces in the realm of religiosity, even though those spaces were often burdened with white supremacy, even though the influences and the impacts of white nationalism sometimes reared their ugly head, that the church could stand as a place where people held positions of power, where they created authority, where they actually advocated, where they did activist work, but where also everybody was not included. Everyone did not feel at home, that it simultaneously held both of these potentialities, which is what, if nothing else, our digital landscape is teaching us right now. That both of these things are happening concurrently, and that we must figure out a way to navigate them. We must figure out a way to think about these digital tools as giving us promise and possibility while holding us back in other areas. So I'm really excited to just sit now and think and talk alongside my colleague and my friend, Dr. Clark, whose work on Black journalism, whose work on news and politics, whose work on Black Twitter is transformative and powerful and guides my own practice in so many ways. So thank you so much again for the invitation, and let's chat.
All right, these are on, okay. I'm gonna have to try to remember to keep it between the lines, like yes. there are lots of people in the room with us.
Many people present. Yeah, you're gonna be good.
So you started with, and you mentioned Chicago, and I wanna start there. When we talk about world making, we often start with the worlds that we were brought up in. Bell Hooks in her work talks a lot about Kentucky, my own homeland, right down the street from the Chi. I'm curious about what growing up in Chicago and growing up in the spaces that you inhabited as a child, as a young woman, how did it shape you and shape your ability to think about what world making is and what it could look like?
Thank you for bringing up Chicago. I love to talk about it. This is actually a question that I've thought about a lot recently, as a mutual colleague of ours, Dr. Kevin Winstead, pointed out to me a few years ago at that conference that you mentioned, that there are about 4 or 5 Black women scholars of digital studies who are from Chicago, south side of Chicago. We actually went to the same high school some years apart. And he said, there's something there. There's like a there about what's going on in Chicago. And so I sat with that question for quite a bit. What people from the outside of Chicago now tend to talk about most often are issues of like violence, right? That's what's on the news, and we hear about, oh, there's so much violence in the city of Chicago. But it used to be that the most resonant thing that people who weren't from Chicago and didn't grow up there talked about was the segregation. That Chicago remained one of the most segregated cities for a very long time. And people from outside the city would say that and talk about what a terrible thing that was, right? That Chicago had all of this segregation, that black folks lived on the south side, that, the Jewish communities lived here, that the Italian immigrants lived here, that the, Chinese immigrants lived here, and that everybody was very, very segregated. And there are obviously issues that arose from that. But one thing that did happen with the segregation of Chicago was the retention of cultural praxis, right? That the way that we grew up was around folks who looked like us, thought like us, and cared about us in some ways that actually really, really deeply mattered. That the presence of black activism in the city of Chicago was so strong and felt so powerfully through the arts, through business practice, right? That's why a lot of rappers are coming out of Chicago, a lot of artists, a lot of spoken word folks are coming out, because we were all in this same space, right? Where we were thinking together and working together and eating together, best food in the country. And so that very deeply, I think, impacts how I think about world-making practice, because I think about what power there is when we get spaces to ourselves, to do our own thing, when we're not being watched quite so carefully by others. What kinds of things might we produce? And so being involved in youth arts in the city of Chicago was a really big part of my growing up. And what those kind of youth arts programs on the south side of the city did was give black youth space to just create art, create music, create spoken word, do slam poetry, do all of these tasks, right? And the mayor was just like, here's some money, y'all go do it down there, just do the thing over there. And when I take that and think about what happens and what digital culture provided for us, I would say in its infancy, was replication of some of these segregated spaces. When I talk about the blogosphere, it's like nobody knew we were over there doing that. And that's what made it such a genuinely important space, that even if it's not still on our radar, even if you weren't a part of those blogging communities, you're benefiting from the kind of thought work that was happening in those spaces. It's the reason why a Black Twitter exists. It's the reason why there's Black content creators on TikTok, is because of what was able to happen in those segregated spaces that researchers didn't know about and politicians didn't know about, right? Was that we were able to kind of create these moments for ourselves to do that really powerful work together.
You mentioned these spaces where we created for ourselves, where we created for members of our community. And one of the things that you have mentioned, and I should say that we were students at the same time, we finished around the same time, we entered the job market at the same time, so we're on this journey together. But one of the things that you mentioned fairly early on in the journey was what you wanted to create for the people who were coming behind you. Right. You wanted to create these environments that were supportive and that were nurturing. You talked a little bit about the fact that the lab just eats. What are some of the world-making tools that you're using now as an advisor, as a teacher, as a lead PI, to create the kind of world that you want to see for young scholars?
Yeah, so I'll start with saying that part of that leaving something behind for folks to do something with was really a driving mechanism behind the first book, right? I wrote that book for me 10 years earlier. It was I wish this book was here when I was in grad school, because everything I was reading about Black capacities did not allow me to understand them in their fullness, right? Everything I was reading about Black folks in technology was starting from deficits and deviance instead of starting from capacities, right? So Black technophilia, right? Which is this idea that Black folks have forever been tied to technology in ways that, yes, can be destructive, but also is really powerful because we create. And we have this capacity to make things, and we intuitively, as Andre Brock talks about, he talked about this intuitive understanding of how these tools work because they were drafted to work against us. You got to understand them best, right? The tools that are drafted against you. So I say that to say, moving away from deviance and deficit models is, I think, the greatest gift that we can give students in the power of world making towards a different kind of future. That not distorting the past, not ignoring the idea that there are technologies of oppression and there are technologies that cause harm, but rather creating space for the idea that instead there are also moments of joy and exuberance and abundance built within our technological tools. And that if we lean into methods of research, if we lean into mechanisms of learning that allow people to actually see the truth of how they experience those tools, we start off in a better place. So if I try to tell a group of undergraduate students, for example, that the tools you're using are nothing but harmful, right? Like that these social media tools they're surveilling you, they're mining your data, these algorithms are biased. All of those things are true. But in the day-to-day lives of most of my students, these tools are revenue generating. They are community building. They are ubiquitous. And so if we begin from a place of abundance, you have skill sets. How do we put those to use? You understand algorithms already better than you probably think that you do, because when you manipulate the algorithm on TikTok to make sure that your content gets to the top of other people's FYP, you are understanding how the algorithm works. And you're able to then break in some way how that algorithm can work and cause violence and harm against you. So the world-making capacity, I think, in some ways starts with us understanding who we are and what we've always done and had the capacity to do, and moving away from these models of deficit into these models of abundance.
Love it. Part of the work that you've done does something that Bell Hooks does, and there are actually two things that I want to mention here. So in passing, you mentioned that you wrote your book so you would have the sort of work that you did not have as a student, which is something that Bell Hooks talked about with her first book. When she wrote Ain't I a Woman, she talked about she had read so much about feminism that didn't reflect her experience, and she wanted to make sure that experience was reflected. She wanted to talk about the feminism that, she saw performed in her everyday life, but she did not see reflected in the university spaces where she was learning about this. I wanted to ask about moving outside of the university space. And what I was getting to is that you have done a good deal of work that connects with folks outside of university spaces. I know working with sex workers and communication practices that they have to create their worlds, working with youth and thinking about how they communicate and create worlds. What are some of the sites that you're looking to now, considering everything that's going on in the world that we have? What are some of the sites that you're looking to now to see what creative practices are emerging and how people are creating?
Yeah, so, okay, like first time here, we're gonna talk about it. Yeah, I've got this new project, I think, on the horizon that I've kind of tentatively labeled Automating Black Joy. And I think like a lot of us, maybe I was hesitant to get into. I'm not an AI scholar, right? Like I'm not a scholar of algorithms, but we kind of are. We can only fight this for so long. And so what this project does, though, is build on the amazing work of folks like Ruha Benjamin and Sophia Noble, and people who have been writing about, Alondra Nelson, who have been writing about and thinking about the impact of artificial intelligence and algorithmic bias on marginalized groups, on people of color for years and years, right? And what I'm really interested in doing, though, is thinking about this with joy at the center and asking the probing question of, what happens to Black joy in the ubiquity of artificial intelligence? Is joy something that can be automated, should be automated? What in fact happens to our practice of joy, of how we live, of how we have that kind of abundance when AI is what is at the forefront of guiding what digital technology and our relationship to it looks like? And further, like, what can joy do to AI? What can Black joy do to these systems that might actually challenge and change us for the better? And the folks I really want to work with and look to for this are kids, right? Like I want to talk to and be alongside youth in high schools, because I think that My experience is, anyway, that when I start working with graduate students, usually happens in their second or third year. They find out about Black Digital Humanities, they find out about my lab, and they come over and they go, oh, I didn't know you could study that. I didn't know that was a thing you could spend your time doing. But by that point, they've taken their coursework, they're working on their prospectus or their exams, and they're getting ready to move on to the next stage of their life. Even with undergraduates, when they find what I do, they have already picked a major, and very oftentimes it's in STEM because they had an interest in technology, and so they were funneled into places like computer science and engineering. And they go, actually, what I wanted to study was like us. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that you could spend time thinking about the impact that these tools had, and that could then have implications for how they were designed. So it's by the time folks are finding out about this, it's almost too late. And so what I'm really interested in is taking these questions about automation and Black joy into high schools, local high schools near my campus, high schools that do not funnel into my university, as I'm sure a lot of folks can understand. And instead asking them to come up with the questions that we need to ask next and providing them with the tools at that stage of life to actually do the kind of research that shifts policy in the right direction, to actually put them at the forefront of not just, let's learn the tools afterwards, let's train people to go on to university, but what do you want to do right now? What do you want to see? What do you see as the urgent problems or the urgent challenges that we're facing in society, and what tools and imagination already exists in those kinds of spaces? So I'm developing this kind of cohort model where high schoolers can work with undergraduate students and graduate students so that everybody is working kind of in tandem, right? Graduate students are training on how to do research. Undergraduates are learning on how to teach high schoolers, and high schoolers are asking the questions and actually carrying out these studies, writing, creating social media content, making videos and audio and podcasts, right, that they're able to actually share back into those spaces. And this is kind of the vision for the next couple of years, because when you get to a place of, I like advising grad students quite a lot, and I like working with folks on my campus quite a lot, and I like teaching, but you realize that the classroom, while it can be transformative, often is limiting in terms of how much time you can spend developing these questions over periods of time with the folks that they really matter to.
Actually, before we move on, there are a couple of books that I want to walk through with you from Bell Hooks and inform the questions that way. But I do want to address, because I mentioned this and I saw some looks from the audience, I said that Ain't I a Woman was Bell Hooks' first book, and this is true. But the first book that was published were the book of poems, and There We Wept. So
she wrote Ain't I a Woman in undergrad.
At 18.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right.
at 18 years old. So one thing that you touched on before we move, I hate it when interviewers are like, yes, that's a great answer, we're moving on. You talked about how people come to you and it's almost too late. Yeah. They realize that, Black joy is a thing that I can actually study. This could be part of the academic discipline. Or they've already chosen a dissertation topic. But if folks were paying close attention, they would have heard in the introduction that you started with that you were moving in one direction with the work, right? You were focusing on the Black barbershop, which was going to center men. Absolutely. But realized that was not the space that reflected the kind of work and inquiry that you wanted to do. How do you encourage students and even colleagues, I would say, when they realize the direction that they've been proceeding in is not the direction that they want to go, when it feels like they might be trapped in a world of their own making, but they want to move elsewhere?
I mean, I would say, many of us, I'll speak first to the colleague portion. We are encouraged when we have a dissertation to turn it into a book, right? Straight away, whatever you wrote for your diss, turn that into a book. And maybe it's not good advice, it's advice I get. Write the book you want to write, though. Because if you find yourself in a situation where you are turning something into a book that you wouldn't even read, that you wouldn't even cite, right? This is something I would put on my shelf and never come back to, right? That wasn't soul, it didn't do anything for my spirit. And also, my movement from the barbershop to the beauty shop was one of just I had to confront something about myself, which was I put that label of the barbershop on that dissertation because I knew that people gave more attention, better understood men's spaces. That if I named it the barbershop, my committee, who were not all Black scholars, would be like, oh yeah, I know what that is. And that people would pick it up and go, yeah, I watched that movie with Ice Cube. I know what the barbershop is. This is sensible to me. But the truth of what I always was studying was Black women's work online. Because the Black blogosphere of the early 2010s was Black women's work, right? Like those were the thriving communities that first brought my attention, that held all of these generative possibilities. But I named it so, and I had to be honest with myself about why I did that and what I was gonna do about it going forward. And so I made the decision when I started my first job to then start very openly and honestly writing about Black women's spaces, to think about what it meant to center Black feminist scholarship. And to my delight, it was better, right? Like it was a better and more generative conversation because, see, the difference between the Black barbershop and the Black beauty shop historically is this. The Black barbershop, Black men barbers began by cutting white men's hair. Right? And so what was going on in the late 1800s post-slavery in places like Baltimore and up the coast into Philly and et cetera, right, is that there were these spaces that were open where Black men had a skill set that white men wanted access to. And then white barbers said, wait a minute, they're making too much money in this skill set. And there was this campaign that happened by the sanitation workers that said, Black barbers are not sanitary, you should stop going. And it was a successful campaign that drove white men out of those spaces, and that's where we get the Black barbershop from. But if you trace back Black women's beauty shops, Black women's hair care practices, Black women were doing other Black women's hair. And so the beauty shop held this generative possibility for actually looking at what happens in a space that was created for and by with the intention of serving Black women, right? Always has been a space for Black women. What kind of entrepreneurial understanding might we derive from that? Right, from a place that was meant to do that? What kind of understanding might we derive about Black women's hair care technologies and name them as such? Call them what they are, because we've been stripped away out of the history books as being technologists. And that's a very intentional rhetorical idea, right, that happens in this country, in this context, in the 1600s and 1700s, that really develops in the 1900s, where what the word technology actually means starts to shift. And that shift is really purposeful. That shift allows people to say that technologists are white men, right? That people who deal with technology, I always do this exercise with folks. Think about what technology is. Where did you learn that understanding? What does that look like to you? And people are like, oh yeah, Bill Gates, he's in his computer, he's making the things, right? And where do we get that from? Why do we believe that technologies are our screens? And technologies are not braiding patterns, and that technologies are not the way that people derived cleaning patterns in their homes, are not the way that people developed home security systems, which are derived by Black women, right? That these are not our technologies. And it's an intentional practice that happens linguistically to strip us of our skill sets, to strip us of our expertise, and to create these things as women's work, right? That's not that important, that's not that valuable. So with the beauty shop, with that shift away from what I thought I was doing to what I really needed to do, allowed me to do was something that was better, more generative, had more possibilities, allowed us to better challenge this notion of what technology is and what it can do. And so what I would say to folks who feel stuck in these worlds of academia or of their dissertations or of their honors thesis or of their classroom or of the majors that their parents wanted them to have because they make more money is you've got to, at some point, decide to do the thing that actually you've been trying to do all along. Because it's gonna stay in you, right? And it's gonna have to come out at some point to do. Also, the book that I wrote was better for having taken my time. If I had written that book when I first came out of graduate school, I would have not spent the time with historians and archivists and scholars, right, across a plethora of different disciplines that taught me to write differently. They taught me to write to a different kind of audience that reminded me that if my sister couldn't read this book, then what good was it that I was writing about her, right? I was writing about the kind of practices that she's engaged in, but I can't write to her, right? That is problematic for me. So I just encourage people to be realistic, to get your degree. I'm never gonna tell you not to finish, right? But to finish in a way that allows you to actually feel proud of the work that you've done, that it's something that you'd actually wanna read and cite and deliver to the folks around you that you're writing about.
I love it. Lovely. Thank you. Yeah, please. So there are a couple of things, a few of the books that I want to walk us through, talk through. I'm thinking of Sisters of the Yam, Black Women in Self-Recovery, Talking Back, Thinking Feminist, Thinking Black, all about love, new visions, belonging, a culture of place, and yearning, race, gender, and cultural politics. Got a little something on each of these. But you raise, when you talk about the beauty salon, I want to know. I want to know. What was the beauty salon experience? I know it doesn't look like I know what the beauty salon experience was like. But once upon a time, I had beauty salon experiences. What did you learn in the beauty salon? What are some of the lessons that you've come away with? What was that experience like for you?
So this is interesting, right? So I grew up, I told you, south side of Chicago. My mom is white, and she had no idea what to do with my hair. Like, just realistically, there was just, the internet didn't exist in this way, okay? But I lived in a Black community. We had all Black neighbors. We went to a Black church. We went to Black salons, right? That was the space where we figured us out in a lot of ways, right? And so the beauty salon, and I think the best moment of maybe my career was the first time I met Pat Hill Collins, and she came to a talk when I was just thinking through this idea of the virtual beauty shop. She came up afterwards.
You ran by that really quick. Like one of the feminists that I learned from was Patricia Hill Collins. Like, this is your colleague. Shows up at your stuff. Giant in the field.
She's amazing.
Love it.
It's wonderful when people who are like that are like that. You know what I mean? Like, because they don't have to be, and they are, and she's just an amazing human being. But the first time I met her was at Digital Blackness, which was a activity that happened at Rutgers in 2015. And I was just like thinking about this book. And she came up afterward. She was in the audience, and I went, I can't do this, y'all. I'm gonna have to take a pass. There's no way I'm about to cite this woman, and then she's gonna hear me, and I did it wrong. But she came up afterwards, and she said, I want to talk to you because that makes sense. She's like that idea of the beauty shop, like, you should stick with that. That makes sense, because that was a space, that space meant so much and does so many things, and also holds those complications. It holds those complications about colorism. It holds those complications about the requirement of what our hair had to look like and should look like, and what good hair, it holds all of that while being a space of possibility. That makes sense. So I was like, okay, I think I got something here. But the beauty shop holds these capacities for us to really see all of the plethora of reasons why Black hair becomes such an important part, not just of our like cultural identity, but of our praxis. And so for me, the beauty shop was a place of praxis. It was a place of expertise. It was a place of like assumed expertise, which isn't something that Black women tend to have in a lot of other places, that our assumed expertise. But if you walk into the shop, I know you know what to do. And I also know that you're not going to challenge how I came in here, right? Like you're not going to say, oh, you should have done, well, unless it's 2023, and now you got to come with your hair already blown out, washed and ready. So things have changed a little bit in the last few years. And someone asked me that. They're like, are you going to revisit this? Because now we have to go to the salon suites, and my hair already has to be blowed out before I get there. I said, you're right. I want you to write that book. I'm all set on this topic. But I think there is actually something there about the shift to digital culture as well, and the individuation that has happened outside of communal spaces. So, right, if we actually think about what social media looks like, and people bring to mind spaces like TikTok, I would often argue that TikTok is not a social media site, it's a site of content creation. It's about individuals making content that makes them, right? It's projection out, right? It's not about bringing folks in that same way that a site like Twitter or Facebook or Instagram even did. But Instagram is kind of our shifting point to where branding becomes like the important thing that we have to master in order to use the internet, right? I have to have a brand for myself. And that gets extrapolated on TikTok, where now I have a brand for the kind of content that I create. And I think that really translates nicely to what we see in Black hair care practice right now as well, right? Is that you come to my individual suite, there's not a whole host of women waiting when you get there. There's just me and the person who's doing my hair. And that person I went to because of the brand that she created for herself, right, that was passed on. And the individuation of that kind of experience, the removal of the community that used to be in beauty shops, I think is worthy of our study. I think it actually allows us to think about how the spaces that we have online are no longer conducive to the kind of communal thought work and production of community ideas and revolutionary potential that perhaps they once held, because we bought in fully to the idea of branding and consumerism and hypercapitalism in digital spaces, right? Like, we have bought into that, and we have to really be honest with ourselves because we were good at it, right? Like, Black folks online are good at branding. They're good at selling products online, and that becomes individually very profitable. And so now sites have figured that out. They understand Black people as important people on their sites, and they are utilizing those spaces to do that kind of work. And I know your original question was about the beauty shop, but you know, we got back around to this because I think that this new version of a beauty shop has so much to teach us about how far we've moved from something, but how close we've come back to hypercapitalism, which, you know, Bell Hooks reminds us of, right, that these things are intertwined. And if we think that we're going to have this digital Black feminist praxis and it's not going to be touched by capitalism, we're really, really far off the base, right?
Absolutely. So the question that I have for you from Talking Back, it actually relates to everything that you are doing now, everything that you've done for us today. In Talking Back, Bell Hooks talks about being a child and knowing that talking back in Black communities is something that you did not do. You don't do it to authority figures. You are spoken to, but you are not empowered. Your voice is not empowered. And I'm going to tee this up with a little bit of your background. You are the daughter of a preacher.
I am.
And there are certain spaces where our voices perhaps are not encouraged, right? And so I want to ask you a little bit about developing voice. She talks about in this book finding her voice, and that having to just sit there and listen restrained was difficult, right? Because she wants to interject. She wants to be a part of the conversation. How and where did you learn to harness your voice and enter the conversation?
I love that you bring up my preaching daddy, is because it was the church, and that's it. But in really interesting ways. I think that church kids, Black church kids, we were, maybe there was that moment of like, there's a time and a space, but there was often a space where we were required to talk also. At the podium.
Give your speech.
On Easter Sunday, right? Like, there were lots of spaces where the attention and the eyes of everyone are on you. And there is an expectation of what you're going to do in those moments and what's acceptable, right? And let's be really clear, like, you got to be in front of people, but there's a way of being in front of people that is acceptable.
Correct.
Correct. But there is also a love and encouragement that happens in those spaces that allows you, if you don't come correct the first time, to rectify in that space of love, right? And we write about this. There's a book that hopefully it's coming out at the end of this year called Techno-Skepticism that I was really fortunate to co-author with a couple of folks. And what we talk about in that space is also this idea of taking your time, right? And the idea of remembering being in front of a congregation and supposed to say a thing and stumbling over words and somebody just, there it is, right? Because what take your time says to me is, you're gonna get it right. You're gonna get it right. The belief in me that, like, that has to happen for us to move forward, but we'll wait. We'll wait patiently while you get it together, while you figure it out. And that's in love, right? But it's in correction and it's in love. So I say that in that one way, the church taught me that, to have to stand and to have to do those things. But also, the church taught me to walk away, right? Like the deep, painful stuff that happens with being a preacher's kid who goes off to school and becomes a Black feminist, is that you have to, at some point, have those very challenging conversations with the folks in your church about what it's going to mean if you're going to sit in this space and what things you will not abide, right? What things cause you to have to get up and leave a sanctuary, what things cause you to not come back to it. And I remember coming back from college. This was not at my father's church, but another church that I was attending at the time. And the pastor there pulling me to the side after a Bible study and saying, listen, ever since you went away to college, you have all this to say about, this and that and whatever, and you're coming in the church talking about women are supposed to be on the, why aren't women preaching, and why can they only be evangelists? And, sometimes I think that you would have been better off if you didn't go off to school. And I said, say less. And it was the last time that I was in that space again, because what I learned in that space also was that the kind of thought work that is a quote from, I'm going to miss who the quote is from, but the same God who endowed me with thought is not going to ask me not to use it, right? And so I left that space. I ended up going to another church, Trinity United Church of Christ, which Reverend Jeremiah A. Wright was the pastor, which had its own wave of controversy during the Obama administration. But that's another space that teaches you, I think, once again, how to use your voice. Not just that you should say stuff, but that the kind of stuff that you say is going to get you in trouble if you're standing in the right? Like if you're doing these things the right way, that it doesn't always mean that using your voice and being a good and eloquent speaker is going to lead to amens. It might lead to people being like, that's too much, that's too far, we can't say those things anymore, right? That everybody is not going to be your biggest fan. And so much of, I think, what I learned about talking back happened in that space. And it's why I started writing about the church in grad school and walked away from it, but why this next book project comes back to it is I think a lot of our best work comes from these places of us trying to figure ourselves out and trying to figure out the things that are deeply painful from our own processing as academics, and trying to make sense of how they can serve as both of these things at the same time. Such a rich source of inspiration and such a spirit-filling, kind of space, but also one of repression and of violence and of harm, that those things sit next to each other. And so I take that into like the work of digital studies and technology always, and I think that it allows for more honest conversations about our digital tools, about our future, is that we know we have to hold space for both of those things to be true at once.
I want to ask a question about home place again. I mentioned we started with home place in Chicago, but in Belonging, a culture of place, Bell Hooks talks about what home place taught her. But I want to look forward. You don't live in Chicago anymore. You're in Maryland. Got 2 little boys, very adorable little boys.
They're not so little.
You know what? You're right. They're not little. I saw those Instagram photos. Stop feeding them kids so much.
I know, right? They just keep eating and growing.
Right up. I'm curious about what you're trying to teach them, what kind of home place you're creating for them. That to me, as a person who is a dog mom, not a human mom, but mothers have a special role in world making, because mothers, parents, family figures create worlds for the people that they're nurturing, right? The aunties, the grandmas, the community members, they do all of this world making for the children in their lives. What kind of home place are you creating for them? What do you want them to know as home place?
Ooh, let me go. Remember, I went to therapy this week. Yeah, I mean, this is a constant thought in our house. My partner is also an educator, and we think a lot about what space we give our kids to learn, to grow, to try, to fail, to come back from, to build resilience in. And we think a lot about that specifically, I think, right now. For other folks who have kids that are in like Gen Alpha, things that you might notice about the kinds of expectations that they encounter through their academic experience and through their social worlds, the kind of fail-safes that we, I think, have rightly started to build in place for kids to not recreate some of the harms of our youth, but in doing so, the way that they don't have the experience of failure as often or don't have the experience of resilience quite as often. We think quite a lot about how important those experiences of resilience were in our own childhoods, and how important it is that kids still get to fail in safe ways, that they get to try things and not be good at them and not be okay, that they get to try things, not be good at them, and try again, that they get to not understand somebody and ask them about them rather than having that experience of not being able to talk back. That these things really matter in the way that we create a safe environment. Bell Hooks has a fantastic thing that I put in all my syllabi and that I think about with my own parenting often, which is safety in the state of risk. And so when she writes about this, she's talking about this whole like safe space notion. And the problem with safe space is like every space isn't safe, and it's not equally safe for everybody. But hopefully what we try to create for our own kids and for our students is safety in the space of risk, that there are gonna be difficult conversations, there are gonna be tough things that you have to experience and that I might actually like guide you through, but that there's safety in that space of riskiness because it is a risk in a classroom, for example, to talk about your experience as a person that doesn't look like anyone else in the space, that experiences the world differently, that identifies differently. It is risky to even set foot in those spaces. And so we can't have this vain notion that safe spaces exist for those folks. It's risky, but maybe there can be safety in the state of risk, that if you take that risk, if you try that thing, that there'll be someone there alongside you, that if you don't succeed at this idea, that you can change your mind and try to do something else. And that's a lot of what I try to create within our home, is that like there's expectations, but there's safety in the state of risk, that if you don't get this right, that I am not the person that is going to harm you, that I'm gonna be the person that helps you figure it out next time, right? And that happens in big and small ways. But I often say that, I have 2 boys, and I often think that my greatest task as a mother raising 2 boys is to just like raise like decently human people who don't replicate toxic masculinity, right? Like that's like at the bare minimum is to send 2 boys out into the world who see themselves and their place in it as making it better for other people, as using whatever modicum of power that they carry to try to not bring harm to folks because they can. And that seems real basic. That seems like, okay, you're not doing too much over here, Ma. But it's hard, honestly, in the world to convey that and to create young men who see and move through the world that way. Luckily, I have a fantastic partner who also is instrumental in raising his sons in that way as well. But I think that same kind of notion that we bring to the home places of our houses is so important for us to bring into the universities when possible. We need to understand we're not in charge of the university in the way I'm in charge of my house, but we do hold power in those spaces to shift dynamics in really valuable ways. And I do not pretend that my students see my classroom as a home. I don't pretend that I see my workplace as, it is not. It is a workplace, right? I think it's very important that we make that clear. But when we have the capacity to create spaces like labs and centers and even classrooms, right, that we have been granted this position of authority where in this small space, we can create a little bit different of a world, right? Like when you walk into here, when you come into my lab, when you come into my office, I have a little bit of control over what happens in this space. I can craft a respite, if you will, from what's going on outside of it for my students when they enter that space. In the same way that I believe that my home should be a respite for my kids. It shouldn't be a place of fear. It shouldn't be a place of terror. It shouldn't be a place of harm. It should be a respite because the whole rest of the world could be that to them. But like I'm their home, right? And so I think we can replicate moments of that in the classroom, moments of that in the university, moments of that in our teaching. But I do always tell my graduate students, don't get it twisted. This is not a family. You are at work, and you need to really understand yourself as a laborer in these situations as well, right? Like we can do both. We can be kind and loving and encouraging and empathetic, and we can also remind folks that like you're at work and advocate for yourself as a worker.
I have 2 more questions from that list, but I want to make sure that we have enough time for questions. So I'm going to ask you one more, and then we'll have about 10 minutes for questions. So if you have a question, now is the appointed time. Please start making your way to the microphones. I'm gonna lean back to my favorite work from Bell Hooks. It is Sisters of the Yam, Black Women and Self-Recovery. And in Sisters of the Yam, Bell Hooks talks about what it means to go off into the world of academia, to go into these spaces that are hostile, that were never created for you, that could not imagine the vision of you. And to do the work that you do that is often extractive and draining, and it just takes so much out of you. And she says we have to engage in a process of self-recovery. And so I want to ask you very personally, what does your process of self-recovery look like?
I think it begins with the realization that yes, academia is extractive, that it can feel harmful. There's not a ton of spaces that don't, in terms of where I could be working, right? In terms of me paying my bills. And so I start there. I start with the idea that I am not experiencing something that is so different than what other folks like me are experiencing in their workplaces and in their commutes and in their even home life very frequently. So I begin there. But I'll say this, I have since graduate school held very firmly to what I just kind of alluded to earlier, which is that this is a job and that my life is my life and this is my work. I like my job. University of Maryland, please remember, I like it. I don't want to go nowhere. I like what's going on. But it is a job, right? And that my life does not begin and end with that place. And so I often encourage my students to create systems around which they can have their life and have their work. And so for me, what that looked like was I came out of corporate. I was doing a job in corporate in brand marketing. I talk about branding a lot before I started graduate school and during grad school for part of that period of time. And we worked a certain number of hours. And when I was done at work, I was done at work. I didn't take my work home. I was like, I can do that when I go to school. People were like, no, you cannot. And I said, I think I can. I think that I can work like I'm at work, and then I can go home. And I stick to that, like mostly now. That is that I work working hours. And that means that when I drop my kids off at school in the morning, I'm at work. And when I pick them up, I'm off work. And that means that sometimes I have to bend that. Sometimes I have to, like do a review in the evening. Grading, often takes up hours that I wish that it did not. Deadlines emerge, et cetera. But as much as is possible, I keep my work as a work thing. Because for me, my evenings belong to myself, they belong to my family, they belong to rest, they belong to recovery, they belong to joy, they belong to a cocktail. They belong to what I need them to belong to for me to feel like the fullness of myself, right? And this butts up against academic culture in a lot of ways that expects us to not only work all the time, but talk about working all the time. And when you go to conferences and when you're around other colleagues, there's a culture of, if you're not complaining about how tired you are and how much you've been working, you kind of feel a little left out. Like I'm supposed to be pulling all-nighters. Like, oh yeah, the last night was rough, knowing good and well I was watching Real Housewives. Like knowing fully that that's how I spent my evening. And so I've taken to being very deeply honest with students about that, for them and for me, right? Like I sometimes perform my life outside in front of them so that they can see it, right? Like not too much, but enough that that I'll say, you know what? My kids have a game today, so I won't be at the talk tonight. Or no, I'm going on a date on Friday. I can't grade. I'll get to your paper on Monday, right? Like I'm not going to grade on Friday night. And I do that on purpose because I want them to understand that it's okay for them to do that too. It's okay for them to get a text or an email from me when I had a thought and be like, I'm not looking at that until tomorrow morning when I'm back at work. And so that recovery for me is attending to the parts of myself that are not nourished by my job. Because there are parts of me that are deeply nourished by teaching, by advising, by running the lab, by applying for grants. If I'm honest with myself, there are parts of me that are deeply nourished by success, by the feeling of success. I got this right. I got this publication. I got this grant. But there are parts of me that are not nourished by that. There are parts of me that are harmed by that. And honestly, the parts of me that think that success is the most important thing need to be dealt with. And they're dealt with by pulling back from that on purpose and finding things that do not require me to perform at my best, that just require me to exist. Because so much of what we have to do to be in academia, I think specifically as folks who are women, who are non-binary, who are people of color, is to be excellent all the time. And so my recovery is the opposite, is not being excellent, is being very deeply ordinary, right? Not being really good at something, but still like enjoying doing it. Doing things where there's no measure of whether you did it best or not. I had to teach myself this when I was going to yoga because I had this notion when I first started back at yoga of like being the best person in the class at this pose. And I'm like, girl, what are you doing? Like, we are trying to breathe, and you're up here like, but look at my breath, right? Like, so I think there's a moment of like really teaching ourselves that it's okay to just be a human who is like not good at some stuff, but it likes it anyway, and like really get something out of that. And that I think feeds into the work because, you know, you spoke about my insistence on joy as the center of research, of looking at digital culture as more than the harms that it does to us. I'm really interested where people play online, where they laugh, where they tell jokes, where they signify, right? Where they talk about hair, where they give us recommendations on where to eat. Like the mundanity of life, I think, is worthy of our inquiry, worthy of our study, and it insists upon our full humanity. And when we remove that possibility, when Black folks online are nothing more than folks who are always resilient and always resisting and always fighting and always advocating, always marching, we're not full people anymore because we're responsive to whiteness all the time. And I don't know about you, but my life is not always responsive to whiteness. My life is sometimes just about the folks in my house, just my friends, my colleagues. Like, it's not always about those things. And so we have to do that work, I think, on purpose and intentionally.
We have just a few minutes for questions. Are there any questions from the audience? Or what questions, I should say?
Hello, thank you so much for that wonderful conversation. I have learned so much. I'm currently teaching a class on Black abolition studies, and yesterday we had the privilege of having Dr. Ashon Crawley be our guest lecturer for the day. And we were talking about how does abolition look like in the everyday practices. So understanding abolition not just as a larger grand scale organizing, but also the everyday interactions we have with each other and with ourselves. So what are your everyday practices of Black feminist worldmaking in the grand and in the small? Thank you.
Ooh, okay. Everyday practice of Black feminist worldmaking. The example that first comes to mind, because you talked about a classroom, and maybe I shouldn't keep coming to classroom, but I'm a professor and I teach and I think about it a lot. I'm teaching a class right now on, it's an intro to digital studies for graduate students. And I'll be honest with you all, when after the pandemic and I was coming back to teaching, I don't know if this happened for a lot of other folks, I didn't feel like it. I was beat, I was tired, and teaching didn't feel joyful in the way that it used to when I first started. Like, the joy was completely drained out of the classroom experience for me. And so I said, I've got to figure out how to make this space joyous, interesting, at least keep my attention again. So I revamped this class. There's no seminar paper, there's no grades. It's a course where the focus is on 4 ideas. It's on co-creation, on collaboration, experimentation, innovation. And what I ask of students is to find their own way to experience those things in the classroom. So what is experimentation going to look like for you, right? Like, how are you going to experiment with a digital tool this semester that you ordinarily wouldn't have used before? How are you going to participate in a practice of like design thinking? That's the other tenet that I mentioned. How are you going to design something instead of write something? How are you going to collaborate with people that you never would have worked with before? And they rewrite the syllabus, and we're in that process right now of them rewriting the syllabus to kind of achieve those aims. And the world-making piece of that for me, and that has been really generative, is watching students who otherwise are always afraid that what they're doing is not good enough and does not meet the criteria of their professors, of their field, of what they need to accomplish, of the grade that they want to achieve. finally understand by the end of that term that I want them to play, that there is a freedom in play that we strip away as people move out of childhood into adulthood, where we allow kids to play for a period of time, and then we start to teach them that it's bad. We start to teach them that it's problematic, that it keeps them from being as successful as they need to, that you need to do less playing and more being serious, and that those things don't go together, that learning and playing don't go together, and that we as adults take very little opportunity to do things that we're not good at, or that don't have an end goal in mind. I'm just gonna play for the sake of playing. So I make these grad students play with Legos, they're building blocks, they're drawing pictures, they're coloring and like they're doing like these really basic kind of, and at first they're like, this is the most weird thing, like why are we in here? And by the end of it, they've built a website, and they're like, how do we do that? I said, because you were playing with it, because there was no grade attached, because you weren't afraid that you didn't know how to code, and you weren't afraid that you couldn't make this map, and you weren't afraid of those things because it was a game, because it was fun again. And so I would say my everyday practice of world making is to find the play and to encourage other folks to exist in those moments and to create those moments whenever possible. Because let's be realistic, you can't play everywhere, right? That there are places where if I play, I'm not gonna be okay. And so, but I try to encourage them in that classroom. Hey, I have the power in this space, and here's what I'm doing with it. I'm creating a space where you're not gonna fail, right? That you can try something new and you can enjoy it, and that can be generative to your spirit, to your mind, to the way you ask new questions. And inevitably after this class, they're writing better, they're creating better research because they're giving their minds that muscle memory that they had from their childhood of like playing is actually cool. Like I can do this. My research can be playful. My writing can be playful. And that's how I'd say in an everyday way, I try to work toward that feminist world making.
I love that so much, thank you. It's making me think about the work of A Long Walk Home in Chicago with Black girls and creating spaces of play just for the girls to play. And I keep thinking that so much of what you're talking about is pedagogy, right? Which is, again, very bell hooks, right? You're talking about this liberatory pedagogical praxis, and you're not saying it, but you keep saying, I teach my students, and I tell my grad students, and I tell them to do this, so thank you so much for that. My question is about TikTok, because I'm thinking of, so I also have children, I have 4 children, and my boys are high schoolers, and I don't know if your boys are teenagers yet, but one thing that no one prepared me for, this is being recorded, and I tell them this all the time, so I'm fine, is they're so sullen and moody. But a space in which I have seen them, I love like watching their TikToks that they make with their friends. And these are like all like, you know, mostly Black boys, high schoolers, and there's so much joy that they have. Like I see them come alive and have joy on their faces in a way that I don't see really much at the kitchen table. And so I was thinking, so I've been thinking, since you said something about abundance versus deficit, right? And how many parents I know of teenagers don't love the TikToks, right? Don't love the fact that their children are spending so much time doing this. And then I, in my mind, remembered the work of Treva Lindsay and how she has those beautiful, she curates those TikToks of Ma'Khia Bryant, right, after she was, you know, killed, and thinking about this is how I want to remember Ma'Khia Bryant, right, is through the TikTok. So I was thinking about all of those things together, which leads to this question, which is kind of a non-question, but it's like, can you tell us more or talk to us about how TikTok is operating in relation to that abundance mindset or model that you were referencing earlier, and in relation to youth also. Thank you.
We're going to take the second question as well so we can expedite our conclusion here.
Thanks so much. It's a good follow-up on Regine's question. First, thank you for this conversation. There was just so much wisdom in it, and I'm really struck by, I'm living in a lot of despair and struck by the optimism and insistence on joy. But like Regine, I wanted to linger on that moment when you made a distinction between the reflecting it, or drawing people in, that was, I think, how you characterize social media initially, the blogosphere, Facebook, and the projection outwards of an image of Instagram and TikTok. And it occurred to me that that was also a shift from the verbal to the visual, that, you know, it's when we started exporting all these pictures as opposed to all the masking that can happen when you use words. So that was what I wanted to ask about.
Great questions. Thank you so much. TikTok. I A lot of thoughts. Also, like, I think like a lot of folks, I found TikTok during the pandemic, and I was like, I'm never going to write about this. And I obviously have obviously writing about it all the time now. And the first piece I wrote about TikTok was an ode to Zora Neale Hurston and the characteristics of Negro expression, which is one of my favorite essays of all time. And in that essay, you know, Hurston is writing us through this anthropological look at what Black folks do when nobody's watching, and thinking about the various characteristics that are happening in these spaces, right? And as I was reading the first kind of literature that was coming out about TikTok, a lot of it was like really depressing to me about the way folks were using TikTok. That, and it was also very much focused on content creators, and there's like social capital, like how people are making money from TikTok. And again, these are like really important topics that I've written about since. But it seemed to me at the time, and this was a couple years ago, it seemed to me at the time, what I was watching, this was still in the dance trend of TikTok, which we've moved from, right? But I was still in the dance era. And I was like, I don't think people are just dancing because like it pays. Like, I don't think they're just dancing for those reasons, because there's so much joy in like how folks are experiencing and using this app and using their bodies in this space and having the capacity to move beyond written text. Like, they're so happy to be able to just like use their whole body to express the kind of feelings that they're having. And what if, instead of only considering that Black women were getting on this app to make money, what if Black women were whole people who sometimes laughed and had fun and danced and experienced pleasure? What if we were just humans who like sometimes like to do pleasurable things because of the pleasure it brings, right? So Andre Brock writes about this as libidinal economy, right? This idea of the libidinal being so important and so overlooked in scholarship because we tend to focus on like what the task does for us in a really practical way. And instead he talks about how like we like pleasure, like we're humans who enjoy pleasure. And so I wrote about in this article a couple of different, and further, like we're also really smart humans who know that our stuff is gonna be stolen. Like, and so the idea that like Black girls were getting on TikTok with no awareness that people were gonna like take the dances, like we knew it was gonna happen, and yet they're doing it anyway. So it can't just be about the money. It could be a part about the money, sometimes a little bit about the money, but also it has to be about our joy and our pleasure as well. And so that is the initial way that I started looking at TikTok, was let's ask the questions that aren't already being asked. I'm really glad people are asking those questions, but there's a little bit more to the story. And what if we kind of like pull away around these edges to understand like what is the pleasure that people get out of like posting their outfit of the day? What's the pleasure that people get out of the dances that they do? What's the pleasure that they get out of like eating with us or like inviting us to a meal or like showing off a thing? Is there a pleasure piece that we're missing? And Joan Morgan points us toward this idea of pleasure very frequently in the work, right? That like there has to be that component to it as well that allows us to really think about the fullness of people's humanity in those spaces. I think there's obviously a lot more that we can say and write about TikTok culture and what it means for folks who are deeply engaged as content creators. But to your point about the distinction between social media and TikTok, the affordances or the things that are built into platforms, right? The kind of features that are built into platforms that result in certain gatherings from them, right? Like, so there's an affordance on Twitter or X, former
Twitter forever.
On former Twitter, right, of threading, like threaded content, right? Like I can respond and it's in a line, right? And so the affordance there is the ability to actually like to see the full conversation, to respond in real time to it. Or the affordance of a hashtag is to bring people together around a topic, right? But the affordances of TikTok don't really allow for the same kind of sociality in the same way that previous apps did. So it's not that, I'm not a technological determinist in so much as saying like, oh, the platform was given to us and we use it the way that it was given. But it does have an impact on how we use it, right? There is something about the baked-in affordances that has something to do with what capacities we bring to it. Now, do people bend and break and shift those in really interesting ways? Absolutely. Because Instagram didn't start out as this kind of corporate branded content. We were posting pictures of stuff we thought was pretty, right? Like we would leave the house and be like, that's a nice, oh, look at those flowers and that angle. That was Instagram content for like a while, right? And then it becomes this mechanism of branding. That even the things I find pretty have to fit into my branded image, right? That even the kinds of filters that I use, that even the kinds of ways that, and then the platform adjusts. And it's like, right? And this is how we become profitable, right? Here's how it shifts from being a photo sharing app to a profit generating app for individuals and for companies. And likewise with TikTok, I mean, and this does not negate that people can do other things with it. But if we think about what TikTok does, what it creates is content, right? It's branded content. It creates a brand for an individual in order to continue to produce content that is profitable both to them and to the company itself. And we have to remind ourselves that companies would not allow us to be on these platforms but for the fact that they're profitable. So if we center in on like what is the profit-making potential of a place like TikTok, it is views, right? It's having more people looking at more things over time. So that allows us to think about why the shift from static text into image and moving video actually matters, what things that brings to our possibilities, like what we can actually do with them, but also what that does for the app itself. We're gonna spend more time on video content that's longer, that plays in loops, right? It also shifts the way that our brains work in terms of the amount of consumption that we need in order to feel satiated, right? Like it takes longer for me to read something, but if I can go on a loop over and over again, I can shift, my brain can shift into a place where it actually needs quick and rapid shifts in order to feel satisfied, right? Like I don't feel satisfied unless I've watched 600 videos in a day. 2 doesn't do the trick. So yeah, that's kind of a longer answer to that, but it doesn't take away the possibilities. It doesn't take away all of the possibilities so long as we're aware of what those roadblocks and barriers are as well.
My friend, we thank you.
Thank you so much for kicking us off so excellently, so expertly, so brilliantly. Something that's going to stay with me, I think, Catherine, when you said, we were talking about crafting spaces of respite. And, you know, and our team in Africana Studies, we always talk about, like, that's how we want our events to feel for people. And so our hope is that people would be coming into this space and experiencing something that feels like respite. And on that note, we're going to feed people now. So we do have lunch that is coming now, that is here. But I wanted to make a couple of announcements. First, we have this beautiful resource sheet that was created for us by Talia Williams and Jania Brown, 2 of our students in the office. So thank you to them for that. Thank you to Savita Maharaj, actually, who's sitting in the second row, who is currently a PhD student in English at Brandeis. Savita was one of our first students who worked in the Africana Studies office as a co-op and is actually this was her brainchild. She was like, at our events, we should make resource sheets so that people can take them and learn more. So you'll see we have suggested readings, we have some wonderful quotes, we also have an artist spotlight, but also organizations that are doing this work so you can learn about how to take action. So please look at those. We also have an activity that was Dr. AK's idea. If you go to that table over there, you'll see these beautiful images of bell hooks. You'll see papers that are there so you could write something about what the bell hooks legacy means to you. But there's also a computer, because what we want to do is do some world making of our own by writing something together collectively. So we ask that everyone just go there and write one sentence. That's it, just one sentence. One sentence. I know some of my students who like to overwrite when the paper's 5 pages and it becomes 10. One sentence, and we're going to write something together that we will then, after this is over, because you've registered and we have all your email addresses, we will share also. And then I also have an announcement. Oh, as a reminder, all of the bios are listed here on the QR code inside of your program. So we will reconvene for our first panel at 1:10 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your meal. Hi, Trina. Sorry, this is my problem. Okay, well, this is one of our students, actually, Trina Madziwa, who actually was our student presenter at the very first Bell Hook Symposium, so it's very nice to see Trina in this space. All right, yay, yes. So I'm very excited to introduce our next panel, which is going to include a special treat. So you remember earlier I was saying that we had this week, for the first time, our inaugural distinguished visiting scholar in residence, and that was Dr. Ashon Crawley, or that is Dr. Ashon Crawley, who's been with us since, arrived in Boston on Monday night and has been doing various things throughout the week. This is Ashon's artwork that you see actually on the cover of the program that has been in all of our materials. And originally, Ashon was going to give an artist reflection at the end of the day, then one of our panelists canceled, and I was like, you know what, we'll have more time in the day if we just put you on a panel instead. So Ashon will be one of the presenters on this panel and will share some of his artwork with us, which we're looking forward to. And you know, when I think of Ashon, I always think about this idea of otherwise possibilities, which is a phrase that he introduced. And what is world making if not imagining otherwise possibilities, right? So without further ado, I will introduce our moderator, who is one of our students, Serena Turner, who's taken classes with us like the Black Popular Culture with Dr. Meredith Clark and Black Feminisms with Dr. A.K. Wright. Serena will be our moderator for this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I just want to thank you all so much for coming today. There's a lot of hard work put into it, and it is turning out so beautifully. Everyone is dressed and just looks so amazing. I love looking at all your beautiful faces. I'm so pleased to introduce our panelists for the first panel, On the Horizon. With this in mind, be sure that you're checking out their full bios. In your program ahead of you, we have a little QR code you can scan. First up, we have Dr. Tiera Tanksley. She's a faculty fellow in critical race technology studies at UCLA. Then we will have Jaidan Innis, a Northeastern undergraduate student. She's pursuing a combined degree in media and screen studies and Africana studies, hoping to go into creative writing or screenwriting. After that, we will hear from Dr. Ashon Crawley, a writer, artist, and teacher. He's a current professor of religious studies and African American and Africana studies at the University of Virginia. And then finally, we will have Dr. Nicole Aljoe, a professor of English and Africana studies at Northeastern University here in Boston. So thank you to all our speakers. Yep, and here's Dr. Tanksley.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Tiera Tanksley, and my mini talk today is going to be called Debugging Black Death in the Digital, Centering Black Joy, Life, and Wellness in Technology and AI. Hold on, let's see. There we go. So a quick little about me. So I got my PhD at UCLA, and I studied under Dr. Safiya Noble. And so my research is actually at the intersection of education and information studies. And this year I became a MacArthur Fellow focused on technology in the public interest. So in general, my research looks at three particular sections at the intersections of education and information studies. The first one is on youth activism and algorithmic racism online, so really understanding how socio-technical infrastructures on things like social media or video games, augmented and digital reality, et cetera, are designed in ways that proliferate Black death and dying. The second is really focused on STEM education and school push-out, and I show this picture. This is a picture of young Mohammed, who, this was a viral news story several years ago, but he brought a disassembled clock to school, right, to show his science teacher, and then he was arrested on campus, right? And so this avenue of my research is really looking at the intersection of the carceral system and our STEM education courses. And then this final image is from March 2020 at the peak, right, of the pandemic, where news broke that a young Black girl was sentenced to jail because she failed to do her remote homework, right, during distance learning. And so this area of my research is really about ed tech and what Ruha Benjamin calls the new Jim Code. And so in computer science, there's this term called debugging, right? And all of my research really thinks about debugging as looking for microaggressions or bugs in the code, right? So we're taught as, folks in STEM to look for these small errors. And I bridge this notion of a bug in the code with a CRT notion of microaggressions, right? Thinking about something that is a small, seemingly mundane error in a codified system that produces profound and sometimes destabilizing consequences. And so these are the codes, right, the majoritarian narratives that often structure our relationships to technology, but also in particular within schools. And so these are some of the myths that we're told about AI, right? Technology is inherently neutral, its results are objective, trustworthy, and valid. And because technology is neutral, it can be trusted to make unbiased decisions, right? And it's actually better than human decision makers, right? Technology is the silver bullet to remediate educational inequity, and that if we do get racist outputs, right, that they are glitches or, again, bugs in the code. They're an accident, and they're completely unavoidable. And so this is why we see, right, all of this rhetoric right now around AI being the answer to all of our questions in education, right? These are just, all I did was type in AI, and these were like our first Google results, right? AI can transform education for the better. AI is revolutioning the world of education. How AI is changing the way students learn, right? And so I ask, how do we debug the codes in educational technology? And so these are some examples of the glitches in the system, right? So at the top, this is a new story. I believe this might have been this year, but it's essentially in really popular school safety technologies that are employed in almost 80% of schools, right? 80% of schools use these school safety technologies. And they ended up finding out that the school technology was flagging the term gay and the term queer as being a violation of school safety guidelines. This image on the bottom is of Proctorio, a really famous anti-cheating software or remote proctoring software that came up during COVID-19 because, right, there was fears about cheating. Folks are going to be cheating on their tests. So they implemented Proctorio, and it scans your face, and the goal is to differentiate between your face, a human face, and a lifeless object, right? And surprise, surprise, it could not determine black faces. This image on the top right, it's a restricted sign. This is from an app called Blocksy. A lot of our schools use this. Upwards of 85 to 90% of schools use this content moderation system. And a recent study that just came out last month revealed that this platform actually blocks you from searching up things that use the word black in it, right? So students could not search up Black History Month. They couldn't search up, one of the terms was, I am a black person, and it was blocked as inappropriate, right? And then finally, there's predictive systems, right? At-risk systems that are supposed to proactively identify students who are going to be at risk for dropout or future behavioral threats. And again, unsurprisingly, these systems are disproportionately identifying Black youth as future risks. And although these might seem, at worst, maybe offensive, maybe it hurts people's feelings, right? But actually, all of those technologies and more are deeply embedded into the prison system. So actually, when you're flagged for searching up, I am a black person, the police are called to your school, right? Because all of these systems are directly tied to law enforcement. And so what we're seeing is an incredible proliferation of the carceral system into our schools, right? That technologies are actually hiding, speeding up, and automating anti-black pushout and carceral violence. And so that's kind of like what I have here, showing that this anti-cheating software, it cannot differentiate between black faces and lifeless objects, right? And that other things such as having unstable Wi-Fi, looking off screen, having noisy backgrounds are also triggering these systems, right? Predictive analytics, again, I already said black kids are disproportionately identified as at risk, but also incorrectly, right? And so oftentimes they are named as future problems, even if when the end of the school year comes, they've never actually had any risks academically, right? So this creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where you get now more surveillance and you're at a heightened risk for being pushed out simply because they already assume you're gonna be a problem, right? And then again, even using Black English in some of these safety technologies like GoGuardian or Securely is enough to trigger the law enforcement system. And students have talked about being at home, right, searching up Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and having the police knock on their door, right, which opens them up to a whole host of other problems because we know that black children are actually 6 times more likely to die at the hand of police than other students, right? So there are some very severe consequences to these quote-unquote glitches. And so my work across these three bodies have argued that the proliferation of digital and artificially intelligent technologies into schools has actually made them less safe for Black youth, exacerbating the school-to-prison pipeline via what Dr. Ruha Benjamin calls the new Jim Code. And so I argue that, these are the neighborhoods that I grew up in, right? And there was a very clear message being sent to us about our anticipated relationship to technology, right? So we have like all of the power lines, schools that have the metal detectors, the junkyards that are most often in Black and brown communities. This is a picture of Inglewood, California, one of the only places that I grew up in LA. One of the only places that I can remember that has oil rigs going all the time, right? And our communities are nestled right in between these oil rigs. And then we have, being on the wrong side of the tracks, and then these transformers that are like in everybody's backyard that we hang out on. And so there's this notion, right? Again, not glitches, that actually Black death, discipline, and dehumanization is the default setting and organizing logic of technology, right? It's not a glitch, it's the system. Going back to that idea of microaggressions, right? Microaggressions are the minor canary that make the system underneath more apparent. And so that's what I believe these examples show, that actually the technology itself, right, is designed to proliferate Black death and dying. And so Dr. Benjamin says that it's important that we hack these systems, right? And to hack a system, one needs an in-depth understanding of how it works, its strengths and its weaknesses, and a vision of how to make it better, to make it do something it wasn't meant to do. And when I look back at these pictures, right, you think about Sankofa, right, go back and get it. In order to understand a contemporary issue, we have to go back, right, to our roots and to understand how history has played a role in this. And I think about also Bell Hooks' notion of the oppositional gaze, right, to look differently. And when I look back at the communities that I grew up in, I see that we have always hacked these systems, right, for Black joy and for wellness and for healing, right? We have the images of, I don't even think this soccer field was supposed to be there. I'm gonna be 100% with y'all. but we made it there, right? I always talk about that's like the hangout in the hood. I don't know if anybody else had this experience, but like the transformer thing, like that was where everybody came together and was kicking it. And so there's always these ways where we've been pushing back on these systems, right, to center hope and healing, despite the fact that these technologies were there intentionally to contain, right, for containment, for extraction, to power other communities, right? And so there's a couple ways that I think about debugging and also hacking. One, my dad, who's not a college graduate, actually hacked his way into the computer science field, right? So he started off as a janitor, and then he made his way up to become the mailman in this computer science company back in the 90s, and eventually became a computer scientist, right? So he took space in a space that was not designed for him, right? At the same time, because he was constantly navigating deep-set anti-Blackness, my dad eventually had a mental breakdown, and now I am his caretaker. And so I simultaneously recognize that it's not simply enough to hack our way into a system. We have to dismantle and rebuild that system to be something better, right? Something that can center Black life and wellness. And so when I think back about debugging with my dad's story at the center, I think about the original story. So this term comes up in computer science because a female computer scientist found out the system that they were working with wasn't working, right? And so she went into the server and ended up finding out that there was a moth that was stuck in the system, right? And when they removed the moth, the system rebooted. And so while in the original story, it's about getting rid of that moth so that the system works, I think about how powerful and profound would it be for us to be the moths in the system, that we can actually dismantle an entire codified system, right? And so I designed this summer course called Race, Abolition, and AI, and this is actually Dr. Ruha Benjamin. She came to visit us this summer, where it is about designing a STEM otherwise, right? How do we teach STEM and computer science in a way where Black wealth, fugitivity are at the center, right? And we talk about abolition in the way that Dr. Ruha Benjamin phrases it, where the etymology of the word is actually abolere, which means to destroy, and olair, which means to grow, right? So it's never really just about bringing a system to its knees. It's also about building something in its place. And so world building is an essential piece of this work. And so I'm just going to end by showing you some of the projects that my students do in this course, all Black students from Southern California, right? Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. So this is the Karen Catchers. And essentially it works like Waze, right? These are 16, 17-year-olds, right? Essentially, it works like Waze, where it will let you know if there is a problematic Karen in the area. You know, you get the little alert, and you can engage in communal reporting, right? If you happen to see a Karen, you know, out there doing stuff, you can report it on the app, and the app will let everybody know in the vicinity. They also talked about how, you know, so the students were like, well, are we only going to do, you know, reporting, like that's not enough of a robust data, you know, infrastructure. They're like, no. We're about to use a data crawl. We're going to crawl the internet, right, for instances of Karens, and we're going to create this database. And we're also going to have image recognition systems, right, that predict if you might be a Karen one day, right? It's hilarious. They also created Jordan. This summer we had a robot named Moxie, and this is the students re-envisioning Jordan to really be designed for Black youth's wellness. Moxie is supposed to be a socio-emotional support robot, and so they designed this robot to consider the needs that Black youth have, and they talked about right now there's banning, right, of African American studies and things like that, and so they embedded Black history lessons into Jordan to be subversive. We have Bipothecary. This is a mobile robot that can navigate healthcare deserts in our communities in order to provide proactive healthcare to Black community members. And this image down here, they're trying to show that the robot's image recognition system is trained on faces of Black people so that they can actually, because you know, like most of the time because of medical racism, like things, maybe like dermatological issues are not seen, you know, by white doctors. So they actually have a robot that's coded on Black faces so that there aren't misdiagnoses. And then finally, this is blackmom.com. The students in this presentation recognize that maternal health for Black women and birthing people is really detrimental here in the US, right? Black women and birthing people are 247% more likely to die in childbirth because of medical racism. And so they were designing AI that could address those particular needs. And so I share these to show that our young people are building a new world, and it's really important for us in education, at least, I think, to keep fostering that radical thinking. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm so grateful to be here today to honor the great Bell Hooks with so many amazing minds. Through her scholarship and criticism, Hooks rewrote our understanding of Black feminism and womanhood, and gave a generation of readers a new way of looking at the world. I was first introduced to Hooks freshman year when I bought a copy of All About Love and had no clue the impact this book would have on my perception of the word. Hooks helped me further understand what I had already known, the axis tilting power of a Black woman's love. There is something about the way a Black woman loves you and holds your heart, a love that cradles the heart with a tenderness that defies articulation. It is a love that transcends the ordinary. To be the recipient of such love is to be enveloped in a warmth that knows no equal, a love that once felt renders departure impossible. In the embrace of a Black woman's love, there exists a magnetic force, a gravitational pull that defies all. It is a love that carries the weight of generations, a legacy woven into the strands of her hair, etched into the lines of her palms. To be loved by a Black woman is to be held in the embrace of a lineage, a continuum of strength and beauty that refuses to be silenced. This love I knew already from the hands of my mother, a single mother to 3 girls who encouraged me to draw, to dance, and most importantly to me, to write. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the importance of writing to me. Without writing, I often feel as though I'd float away. I spend most of my time with my mouth shut. I have always
I have never been one to express myself through speaking. As you can see, I'm not an eloquent speaker, and I frequently feel misunderstood. So I say nothing at all. Instead, these words live inside me and only released by my hand. I retreat inside myself where I have resided obscurely and immeasurably, 1,000 lives stacked on top of my stomach threatening to spill out. I am rudely alive, so I must speak, I must laugh, I must write. In her book, Yearning, Race, Gender, and Cultural Politics, Hook states that true resistance begins with people confronting pain and wanting to do something about it. I write not only for the salvation of the women before me, but for my own salvation as well. I often feel like reality is a violation to me. I have been thrust into this life, into this body, with no warning and without permission. Before entering reality, before I am ravaged by reality, I must rehearse this body. Navigating this labyrinth both captivates and torments me. Life is a condition that requires a little sedation, but these words are my salvation. What we cannot imagine cannot come into being. This line from All About Love is underlined in black, highlighted pink, and has a bright blue sticky note by its side. The imagination is one of the most important tools of resistance in the hands of Black women whose very existence defies the white hegemony that plagues our world. It serves as a transformative force, allowing Black women to envision narratives that challenge the oppressive structures ingrained in society. It becomes a realm of empowerment. Through the creative power of imagination, Black women can construct spaces of liberation and solidarity. This imaginative resistance extends beyond conventional boundaries. In the faces of systemic injustices, the imaginative realm becomes a sanctuary for envisioning a future where equality, justice, and dignity prevail. There is a light in the darkness, you just have to find it. Writing has always been my light. From childhood, when I would imagine worlds of speaking to animals and being a princess, to writing about my experiences with girlhood and anxiety. As I've grown as a writer, one thing I've learned is the importance of imagining a future of joy and love rather than only focusing on a present of turmoil. While writing does help me and many others cope and grapple with their issues and the issues of the world, it has also taught me to try and envision a future where that pain and turbulence no longer exists. To whom do I owe the power behind my voice? To whom do I owe the person I have become? This question is posed by the prolific writer and activist Audre Lorde in her seminal biomythography, Zami, A New Spelling of My Name. To whom do I owe the power behind my voice? To whom do I owe my body and my heart? To whom do I owe my breasts and my hips, and to whom do I owe this life of mine? In the kaleidoscope of my existence, I see the fragmentation of women in my family coming to terms with themselves in real time. Each of them negotiate themselves within me and speak from my tongue and my pen. Through the poetic, I am able to meet these past women and myself. I am able to imagine healing and growth for not only me, but them as well. To whom do I owe the symbols of my survival? I can stand any suffering only to say I exist. I am 1,000 screams of pleasure and 1,000,000 locusts devouring every living thing in their path. I am the laugh on my mother's breath and the soil in which my dog is buried. I am the splinter in my father's right hand and every strand of hair on my sister's head. I am the blood in the yolk. I am a dormant god erupting with no warning, and I am every living creature caught in my path of destruction. I feel so much, I hear everything, I feel everything. I live my life somewhere between terror and awe. I sit with my rage, I mother it, I hold its hot hand, and I write. I write not only to fill my own silences, but those left behind by the women of my past. In the tapestry of silence and love, the threads of existence are woven into a narrative that speaks of endurance, empowerment, and an unyielding connection that transcends the limitations of language. And so, within the cadence of her silences and the depth of her love, a Black woman becomes a living poem, an ode to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of connection. What writing and poetry has taught me is to not only immortalize the pain we feel and how we healed, but to imagine what comes after, the joy, the light. I'd like to read a short poem I wrote called Black Joy. Black joy will find the most fertile ground. You have tried to bury me, but I am not dead, I am the seed. I am not a casualty of the storm, I am the blossom that rises defiantly through the cracks in the pavement, I am the mighty oak. Here I return to nature as many Black feminists do, The ultimate show of resilience, nature has provided me a safe haven free of the constraints that being a queer Black woman and many other things poses. It has offered me wonder and reverence, solitude and peace. Through writing, I return to nature, I return to myself. Now, when I think of Black feminism, I think back to my mother. Hello, who is watching? This woman teaches me every day what the feeling of unyielding love and support is. I think often of her silences and the lives that live within them. I write for her too. I write for my mother so filled with love. I write for my grandmother, who I imagine to be with us every day. I write to ensure that this love is never forgotten. What a wonderful thing. To be so filled with love from the most amazing woman to roam Gaia herself. Where do I put it? What do I do with this love and this life? Life flows through me. I am an infant of womanhood, drunk on worry and hair not washed. I am harassed more than ever by life. In To Be Young, Gifted, and Black, Lorraine Hansberry says, I wish to live because life has within it that which is good, that which is beautiful, and that which is love. Therefore, since I have known all these things, I have found them to be reason enough, and I wish to live. Moreover, because that is so, I wish others to live for generations and generations and generations and generations. Poetry and the written word allow me to hold on to that wonderful feeling of loving life, especially on those days where I seem to forget. They have allowed my grandmother to live forever and for my mother's love to be eternal, even if she is not. More than anything, it has allowed me to connect with the world and connect to people. In those moments when life seems to be on the brink of unraveling, the profound words of poets like Jasmine Mans and Yrsa Dolly Ward, and of course, Bell Hooks, offer me solace. Their verses are not merely ink on paper, they are lifelines. Jasmine Mans, with her raw and unapologetic prose, speaks to the depths of vulnerability, turning pain into poetry. She lays bare the intricacies of human existence. Dolly Ward, a master of introspection, delves into the labyrinth of the self. Her words are mirrors reflecting the multifaceted nature of being, urging me to confront the complexities within. Within her verses, I find solace and a profound connection to the shared struggles of being human. And then there is Bell Hooks, a literary luminary whose words are both a balm and a call to action. She doesn't just articulate the pain, she examines the roots, demanding a transformative dialogue with the world. Hooks challenges me and many others to see beyond the surface, to question and to aspire for a world where understanding transcends the boundaries that divide us. In her writings, I find not just comfort, but a catalyst for change. The works of these writers form a sanctuary where I can retreat when the world feels overwhelming. Their words become a refuge, offering me a sense of belonging in a universe that often seems indifferent. I am reminded that the struggles and triumphs encapsulated in poetry are shared by many, and in that shared experience, I find strength. I no longer feel misunderstood or alone, for the poets have gifted me a language to articulate the unspoken in a community that exists beyond the confines of times and space. I'd like to end with a quote from Remembered Rapture, the writer at work. We write because language is the way we keep a hold on life. With words, we experience our deepest understandings of what it means to be intimate. We communicate to connect, to know community. Even though writing is a solitary act, when I sit with my words that I trust will be read by someone, I know that I can never be truly alone. Thank you.
I would have never been able to do that as an undergraduate student. So though you said you are not eloquent, you were quite eloquent, and it should be celebrated. So please, please, mom at home. Because what y'all about to hear ain't gonna be as eloquent as that. I'm glad I'm going next. So one of the things that thank you for the invitation. It's been a joy to be here this entire week. I am quite exhausted. I miss my dog. But one of the things I've been talking about this entire week is this project that this book that I'm writing, which is connected to an art practice that I engage. The book that I'm writing currently is about the AIDS crisis in Black communities and how paying attention to what happens in Black churches with musicians, singers, and choir directors, primarily men, between 1980 and 2005 gives us a clue into the heinous nature of the virus itself. So many churches lost musicians, singers, and choir directors. I remember being a 10-year-old child, noticing people beginning to disappear. And so I'm going to talk about the practice of art as the practice of world making. And I'm going to lead you toward my most recent project. But before we get there, the first slide, on one side, you can see it says, on the furthest side from me, 196, it's like the section heading. This is from the New York Amsterdam News, 1992, I believe. It's an advertisement page, classified ads page. Musicians wanted, Bushwick United Methodist Church seeking a musician. Below that, dedicated musician, organist, or pianist needed for a church in Brooklyn. Below that, New Beginning Deliverance Church is seeking an organist to play a Hammond organ for Sundays. Under that, organists wanted, good references, must play hymns, gospel, etc. On the other side, right next to it, you might see receptionist, part-time receptionist, AIDS Resource Center Incorporated seeks a detail-oriented part-time receptionist. I was searching through ProQuest, an online database for those of you that don't know. I put in the search term Black Church AIDS because I was trying to find what Black churches were talking about the AIDS crisis, and I was trying to find it between 1980 and 2005. And the only thing that kept coming up were these classified ads, and I thought that they were like Google ads, and so at first I wasn't clicking on them, but there were so many of them, I said, let me just click on one to see. And clicking on them was the most illuminating thing ever, because here is literally the history of the problem that I'm trying to address in classified ad form. One of the classified ads says explicitly seeking a woman to be a musician for a church in 1991, which is, for me, evident of the fact that they knew that men were dying, and instead of actually contending with homophobia, queer antagonism, instead of challenging theologies and doctrines of harm, they just said, yeah, we'll just find women to do the work instead. But before we get there, back in 2010, a friend of mine sent me a video of a little girl painting. She was 3 years old. And as she was painting, abstract painter, she had blue paint on her hands. If anyone's read The Lonely Letters, you know this already. She had blue paint on her hands, and she crouches over the canvas and she begins to clap her hands. I wrote a semi-fictional letter about listening to Pentecostal praise music. I grew up in a Pentecostal tradition. We believed in shouting, speaking in tongues, and clapping fervently as a way to worship. I wrote a semi-fictional letter about what would it mean to clap with paint on one's hands to the rhythm of Pentecostals engaging in praise. And that was in 2010. In 2017, I had a lot of time because I was in Virginia, a lot of recreational time. And so I decided to buy some paint and see what would happen if I did what I said I would do in 2010. And so I started this practice of trying to do action painting. I would find praise breaks on YouTube, and I would listen to the praise break, and I would take paint on my hands or ink on this was ink, and I would put the ink on my hands, and I would begin to clap my hands to the rhythm along with the saints that were worshiping in praise. I did this multiple times. Oh, no, we're just gonna skip that. Okay. This is another example of me taking paint on my hands and listening to the rhythm. I also wanted to see what would happen if I did what saints in Pentecostal churches do, called shouting, which is a way to dance. You're dancing rhythmically, very quickly, as a form of worship. And so what I did was I bought some pigment powder, which I eventually found out was very, very dangerous. Very, 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 very dangerous, because I didn't have on a mask. I found out that pigments are mostly made of metal. Little things you find out. Was probably going to my liver. Wasn't good for my body, but I love what happened. I took pigment powder, I would pour it onto paper or a canvas surface, and I would shout. I would put on my headphones, and as the people are praising, I would praise along with them. And this is... And I would do this for hours. It's actually very exhausting. I stopped going to church when I went to seminary. I went to seminary in 2005. Before that, I was very involved in churches, a musician, singer, and choir director. I was studying to be at that time I was going to be clergy, but I was a student chaplain for Metro State Prison for Women, and our job as student chaplains was to lead the church service every Sunday. And it felt very vulgar to me. I hadn't read anybody like Critical Resistance. I had not heard of abolition as a concept, but I knew that there was something, for me, really unethical about going into the prison every Sunday, leading church services, talking about you can be free, and then leaving while the women remain there. And so I also, in addition to stop going to church, stopped doing the things that I would do in church. I'm agnostic now, but I still feel the spirit a lot. And I can talk about that later. And so actually doing this process was the first time that I was like doing things that people would do in church. And I began to feel in my body how exhausting it is to actually engage these practices. And so those kinds of practices of dancing or shouting on paper with pigment powder turn into these images. And so this is one of them. This is another one. This is another one. I took architecture courses in undergrad. I want to take architecture courses again. I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going to leave whatever I'm doing, but I'm broke, so who can do that? But like I took architecture courses in undergrad, and I really loved them. And the thing that I really loved were section drawings, which are imagining the interior of buildings. And so I said, what if we apply section drawing concepts to praise noise paintings? And so I created a praise painting by listening to Pentecostal music, clapping to the rhythm, and you see the red, the blue, the purple, and it did this thing. And so I imagined that each of the colors had their own depth, as if you were looking at a building. And so this was a manual, as you can see, drawing, because it's not precise. But then a friend of mine suggested that I wanted to use holographic technology, but holograms don't exist in good ways yet. And so a friend of mine suggested trying to do augmented reality. And so I took the same praise painting and I rendered it through different digital tools in order to create an augmented reality version of the painting. And so this was my first attempt. And this was, if the clear were a certain section, the turquoise blue, the purple was a certain depth, the blue was a certain depth, and the red was a certain depth. And so this is what it would look like if you were walking into it or flying into it. I like cityscapes, and so it looks like a cityscape. But the point is that the praise noise of Pentecostalism actually is itself the practice of world making. And so I took it from that platform into this thing called Maya. And then Maya was able to help me do this. So this is what the model looks like as a three-dimensional augmented reality model, but it's pretty small. I'm looking at the floor through Project Arrow, and if you look at the first image that I post on my Instagram, you'll see that it's from the painting that I created last year based on hand clapping, listening to Pentecostal music. This is supposed to be a sort of representation of that three-dimensionally. But what I can do with this is blow it up to make it even bigger so I can theoretically walk through this scene. So this is what it looks like when you walk through it. Now this is the same image the same model, but blown up to be a much bigger scale. I want to say it's kind of like a life scale, but it's not really that. But you can see that I'm walking through it virtually. I'm walking through the red and the blue. I'm walking through it as if I were in it. I'm skipping through it kind of quickly. The point was that the sound of the Black Pentecostal tradition is an immersive environment, and I wanted to render the sonic visually, and the goal eventually, once I learn how to do this, is to take the visual and then turn it back into music, but that's another thing for another day. And so eventually I took the first praise sort of shouting paintings that I did, and I decided to rip them up, which is really, really hard to do. Because it took so long to do the praise paintings. It takes a lot of energy, but I decided to rip them up in order to turn them into collage work. And so there's this book titled Standing in the Need of Prayer that was published by Schomburg, which is a book of Black people in prayer postures. And so I took that as the model from which to create these collage works that are created using the praise paintings, the shouting paintings as the foundation. And so this is a Muslim woman in prayer. This is a Black, I believe it's a Pentecostal or Holiness congregation, where an older woman is praying for a young girl. And her dress is made of hymns that I colored, and the dress of the older woman is made of, again, a praise painting that I created. Her hands and her face, too, just like the little girls, are also made of one of the praise paintings that was ripped up. Because I believe in ripping things. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is, in order to actually create a different kind of world, or worlds otherwise, is to actually rip up the one that we have, to really show that you can take it apart and put it back together. This is Japanese art has a practice called kintsugi, which is about taking pottery, breaking it, and then putting it back together, showing the seams. This is the last thing I'll talk about. So last year, I was one of 6 artists that was commissioned to produce an installation on the National Mall. The thing was called Beyond Granite. My installation was titled Homegoing, and my installation was a sound installation that was immersive. We had immersive speakers outdoors, which was really difficult to do. And it's in 3 stages. The first stage, where the person is sitting, is titled, I should know, it's mine, Procession. It's a 14-minute song of strings that were created by a poet named Jerome Ellis, and myself playing the Hammond organ. And I'm reciting the names of about 500 people, 500 Black men who died of AIDS complications, over the sound of the strings and the Hammond organ. It's a very slow moving song. It's meditative, it's quiet. The second section is titled Sanctuary. That section had 4 songs that I wrote for a choir. The songs that the choir sang were written to and about musicians, singers, and choir directors. They sound like songs you would have heard in church, but they are not about or to God. They are to these people who died and who were not given ceremony. And then the last section, the semicircle, is titled Benediction, which is a 12-minute song of strings and a Hammond organ, and me reading passages from my second book, The Lonely Letters. But my favorite thing that happened at this installation were what kids did with it. I'll show you an aerial shot. This is what it's supposed to look like. The bottom is the beginning, and you move through it. That middle section is an Arabic word, if anyone knows Arabic. This is an Arabic word, Amin, which means let this prayer be accepted. One of the things I write about is the relationship between Black gospel music and Islam. If you don't have Islam, you don't have Black gospel music in the way that it sounds. And so I wanted to mark that relation on the ground plan. Each of these sections had speakers inside the blue. And so you would hear only in those sections what was playing in that section. You could see it from a plane, which was, as I said a couple of days ago, it's bragging rights. No one has done something where you could see it from a plane, right next to the Washington Monument. But my favorite thing is that kids turned it into a playground, literally. I would stand there, I would go visit, not tell people that I was there, and I would just watch people engage the piece. And kids were mostly meeting each other and saying, my name is, do you want to play? And they would play tag. And the thing that moved me was that the kids that were playing were mostly the age that I was, 10, 11, 12, when I began to notice people dying of AIDS, of the AIDS crisis. And so they were actually taking something and making a different kind of world with the very thing that I was doing. And I found it very moving and inspiring. I'll end there. That's enough. But thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you to Dr. Jean-Charles, as well as Dr. Wright and the undergraduate and graduate student organizers of the conference. This has been fabulous, super difficult to follow my fellow panelists, but I'm going to try. And my talk's going to be a little different because I'm a scholar of mostly 18th and 19th century Black Atlantic literature, and I use digital tools and digital technology in order to engage with this work. And I engage with it from and grounded in and informed by Black feminist perspectives. Basically, my goal is that this work is inclusive, this work is communal, in addition to challenging the status quo of white supremacist patriarchy. And so I'm just going to walk you through a couple of the projects that I am currently engaging in to kind of highlight the ways in which they are participating in this conversation to hopefully change our world. Oh, I also wanted to mention that I'm going to engage in the Sankofa that Dr. Tanksley was talking about earlier, in that we're going back to the past, right, in order to illuminate what's going on in the present. Or at least to comment on what's going on in the present. So as I said, the work I do is really informed by fellow scholars like Vincent Brown at Harvard, Jessica Marie Johnson at Hopkins, who also was participating in the Intentionally Digital, Intentionally Black conference. And just wanted to highlight the ways in which they're talking about looking at the past differently, right? And that particularly when it comes to Black voices in the archives and Black voices in the past, right? They've traditionally been dismissed, they've been characterized as silent or not there, but that's because most folks are not looking at them through this more inclusive and more communal, grounded kind of perspective. And that perspective, as Dr. Johnson reminds us, very often requires a kind of violence, right? Because of the ways that the academy has organized this knowledge. Okay, so the first project is the Early Caribbean Digital Archive, and I'm going to come back to this. And basically, this is a multi-generational, multiracial project. It's been ongoing since 2012, and the essence of this project is to take the, so a lot of these archives have been digitized, and so what we're doing with the Early Caribbean Digital Archive is we're taking documents that have been digitized about the early Caribbean, so the period before like 1900, and we're making them available online. The problem is that a lot of the archives in the Caribbean and elsewhere are hard to get to, increasingly, right? And then a lot of them have problems in terms of making sure that people can actually come in on a regular basis. Sometimes the archives are only open a couple of hours a day, right? That kind of thing. And so our intent was not to replace those archives, but basically to make it a little bit easier for folks to access them, and also to see really the great breadth and depth of really interesting archival voices that are in these various archives. And then just, so in addition to collecting these items, as I said, they are grounded in and inspired by Black feminist ideologies, and that means, being inclusive, so uncovering and making accessible this history, but also making sure that that history is not walled off and not kept behind any kind of like knowledge, a block or anything like that, but that a variety of folks can engage with this archive. And what has been really gratifying to us has been the ways in which not only scholars are using this, but also like high school students and lay people. So it's been really great. We get emails from folks who are at high school in the Caribbean, and they're not being introduced to this material in their own schools, but they're finding it in their own research, and they're really excited about it and interested to want to do more with it. One of the other projects that I'm involved in as well is the Early Black Boston Digital Almanac. It is not an archive, it's an almanac, and I'm riffing on Benjamin Banneker's almanac, as well as other 18th century almanacs, which don't look like the Farmer's Almanac that we have today, but are much more multidisciplinary. So 18th and 19th century almanacs, they would have short stories, they would have images, all kinds of things in them. And so that's our intent with the archive. And more specifically, hopefully, more specifically, it's intended to kind of illuminate and bring to the forefront the history and the varied, very dynamic, just really compelling history of early Black Boston. You go around here, and very often what you see and what you hear is the story of Paul Revere and Samuel Adams and that kind of thing. And so our intent, and this is partially inspired by one of my former students, Savita Maharaj, who told the story of going to Boston Latin and never hearing about and never learning about Phyllis Wheatley and David Walker, Pauline Hopkins, right? So these are Black folks who are living in Boston and producing literary and important literary and cultural work. So the goal with the archive was the almanac was to basically encourage my students here at Northeastern to take these stories and to turn them into digital exhibits, turn them into digital maps, kinds of things, and to put those online and make them available. And in terms of timing, interestingly, what worked out is that this is right before COVID. And so right before COVID, all of these things were put online, and then COVID hit. And then what happened was a lot of BPS faculty saw the website, and they began to use it in their classes. And so that has been one of the most gratifying aspects of this project. And so again, thanks to the fabulous Savita, we are working really closely with Boston Public Schools and helping them to enhance their curriculum, making these materials available to the students, as well as enabling teachers to engage in accessible or using accessible digital tools in their classroom to bring more of this history, more of this culture into the classroom. There's a weird lag on this. Okay, and so this is just an example of one of the curriculum material that Savita has created, where, as I mentioned, all of the exhibits are created by Northeastern students, Northeastern undergraduates. And so what Savita has done is she's taken the digital exhibits, and then she's joined that to the Massachusetts educational standards, and then created this curriculum so that teachers can go to the website, download this material. They won't have to kind of, cobble together their own kind of connection to the material. It's all there because, as we all know, public education teachers have a lot on their plate and don't need to be doing this kind of curriculum development, or don't have the time to be doing this kind of curriculum development. It's getting tired. So the last digital project I want to talk about is, it's called, it started out as Ignatius Sancho's London. Ignatius Sancho is an 18th century Black British man. He's the first Black man recorded as voting in a parliamentary election. He owned a shop. The shop was 1 block away from Downing Street, so 1 block away from the center of British and UK power. And he used to be the valet to a very important family, so he knew lots of the nobility, wealthy British people, that kind of thing. But he was also a valet, right? So he was also a servant, so he knew lots of servants. And his letters were published after his death. And what was super cool about those letters is that they offer this really vivid, incredibly dynamic picture of 18th century Black London. And it looks nothing like anything that you see traditionally in terms of, right, usually 18th century London or 18th century England is presented as this, lily white space. Think about, heritage movies, Jane Austen movies, those kinds of things. It's usually all white folks. And that's not the case, as I'm going to show you in a little bit. Sancho is in that world, right? Dido Bell, we know, is in that world, and a lot of other Black people are in that world. So literally changing what we think the 18th century world looks like. So that project has morphed, and so we were originally just focusing on Sancho and the 18th century, and now it's morphed into this longer, much more extensive project that's going to be looking at Black London generally. Our hope is to map between 1560 and 1900. And again. All right, so this is an example of the map. So the stars are the locations that are associated with Sancho, and then the red and the green and the blue dots are various other Black folks in London that we found in the 18th century. And so already this is looking like this is not what we expected to find. We thought that we would find maybe a couple, maybe 5, 6, maybe a handful, but in fact it's a significant number, much more. Than we had thought. And it's constellated in this area that is called, it's known as St. Giles, and that's a historically Black neighborhood. And there are contemporary historians who argue that St. Giles was not a historically Black neighborhood, that they've gone to census reports and they haven't seen evidence of a Black community. But as you can see here from this map, clearly there are Black folks living in this area. So it just speaks again to the way that, right, traditional knowledge has and circulates, right, certain assumptions about us and the Black community that tend to focus on, as Dr. Steele said this morning, right, deviance and deficit, right, lack. But when you look at these archival documents through a much more inclusive lens, right, then you see something completely different. And I'm just going to show you a couple more images from the map, just so you can see. So this is like a little bit further out, and so all of those. So those are. This is a heat map. So the red areas and the yellow areas actually encompass more data. So that means there's even more Black people than the previous map that I had showed you. And just to show you one concrete example of a person on that map. So this is identifying Lydia Wedderburn, and Lydia was the daughter of Robert Wedderburn, who's a famous Jamaican-Scottish Black revolutionary in the 18th century. And so, right, she gets lost if we don't, right, pay attention to this archival material. And then, so the last thing I want to do is we just want to go back to the early Caribbean Digital Archive and the importance of working through digital technologies and digital documents and thinking about them through a Black feminist lens. So this is the awful Brian Edwards, who wrote a book called The History, Civil, Commercial of the British Colonies in the West Indies. So it's intended to be a history book about the British colonies, right? He's intended to circulate knowledge about the British West Indies, the history, the culture, the flora, the fauna, all of that stuff, right? And he's presenting himself as being the font of all knowledge about the Caribbean. So in a chapter on why Black people should be enslaved. I really don't want him to be on the screen anymore, and I can't get him off. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is a chapter where he's talking about why Black people should be enslaved. And he has this footnote here, which you see here at the bottom. And the footnote is based on an interview that he has done, 2 interviews he's done with an enslaved woman and an enslaved man. And the enslaved woman is Clara, and she tells this really compelling story about, where she had been kidnapped from and what her experience was like, the knowledge that she's bringing with her. And that knowledge, the story that she's telling, is about this disease, which I forget what it was. Yaws, thank you. Thank you, Alana. So it's yaws. And so when she was in Africa, what they would do in her community is they would give, and yaws is a terrible disease. So I need to give you that information first. So what they would do is they would give a little bit of the yaws to their young children, right? And so that would mean that they would develop, it's like a proto-inoculation, basically, right? They would get a little bit of the disease, and then they wouldn't get it terribly when they became adults. So this is in here, and in the rest of the chapter, Edwards is like, see how terrible and how barbaric and how savage these black people are? They give their children this terrible disease on purpose. This is how backwards they are. This is why they need to be enslaved. So he can't see, right, that she is engaging in actually cutting edge medical technology here, right? This is cutting edge knowledge that she's working with. And he can't see that. And then it's hard for us to see that as well because this is in a footnote, right? And so it's not in the body of the text. Her words are literally at the bottom of the page. Although if you notice here on the page, her words have literally pushed his, right, off the page. So especially on this page right here, right, his words are just that little teeny tiny part there at the top. So what we do, one of the things that we do with the early Caribbean digital art, what we can do, because this has been digitized, is that we can excise this. And this is part of the argument in my first book, Creole Testimonies, where I argued that it was a book about Caribbean slave narratives. And the idea had been that there are no Caribbean slave narratives because there's no Frederick Douglass, there's no Harriet Jacobs, right, an enslaved man or woman who had self-written their text, and then it's circulated separately as its own document, right, like Douglass's narrative and Jacob's narrative. In the Caribbean, because these texts are appearing much earlier than Douglass and Jacobs, these texts are embedded in other texts. So they're in texts like the Edwards, they're in travel documents, they're in diaries, they're all over the place. But they're not by themselves, right? They're mediated. And so I was arguing that if we look at these, right, we get this a much fuller, a much more interesting and intriguing, much more compelling understanding about how the enslaved wanted to represent themselves, definitely mediated, right? But certainly we get a kind of glance at what their lives might have been like and what their experiences might have been like. And so since these container documents is what I'm calling them, since these container documents are digitized, when we started the early Caribbean Digital Archive, I asked, why don't we just excise them and get rid of all of the dreck, right, that's surrounding them and just highlight, right, the voices and the stuff that we want. So basically, create and highlight, right, this world and the voices of the enslaved. So that's what we've done here. So this is Clara's narrative, and I'll let you read it. But it's this really, really wonderful. I mean, she's being interviewed by Edwards, right, who is her kidnapper, her enslaver, but she still, you get the sense, at least I get the sense, that she's proud of where she's from, right? She remembers where she's from. She offers this really compelling and dynamic story, and I feel that it's important to honor that. And so this is one of the best things about the early Caribbean Digital Archives that we've been able to go through over the years, to go through all of these documents, and there's a lot of them. And so we're in the process of creating and putting together a new exhibit. We have an old exhibit of when we first started to do this. Oh, I forgot to tell you about this. This is, the best part of this is that we give Clara credit for her ownership of her story. So when you go to a library, if you knew that Clara's story was in Edwards' document, then you would know to go to it, right? But if you don't, you have no idea that it's there. And most library documentation looks like this. So it would only have Brian Edwards. It might have Clara's story in there in the notes, but usually not, right? So what we've done with the Early Caribbean Digital Archive is we've created metadata, and we've created Clara's story as its own document in the archive. So now she is the owner, right, of her story, right? She is identified as the creator, right? Acknowledging that we don't know her last name, but we do know her first name, Clara. And I'm not disappearing Brian Edwards, no matter that I really want to disappear Brian Edwards. But right, we acknowledge, right, that he is, right, the mediator of her story. So his voice, right, is still there as well. But now, right, she has her own archival item in there. And so this is what it looks like in the archive. And this, whoops, too far. So these are a number of other documents. So this was the first iteration of this exhibit, and so we are in the process of doing more. We have, as I said, a multi-generational research team working with this. So we have some undergraduates and graduate students. Alana Prince, who offered my clarification. And now I'm forgetting everyone's name. Reba Dixon, Hannah Kim, as well as Savita also worked on this project as well. And so, right, all of them are helping us to go through these container documents, and we're finding more of these voices. And we will be creating a new exhibit. We're in the process of, as always, a digital migration into a better, a better system. So we're just waiting on the library to finish that. But in the next couple of months, we're hoping that we'll have a new exhibit that will have all of these voices so that folks can see them together. And just to see the diversity of these voices, as well as give us a really wonderful picture, a kind of picture, right? Not the exact picture, but a kind of picture of the lives that these folks made in the Caribbean, these enslaved folks made in the Caribbean, despite, right, everything else that's going on. So I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists. Now we're going to move into a brief Q&A section, but we will be having a larger all-panel Q&A after our second panel. So if we don't have a lot of time now, you can hold on to your questions for later. I heard a lot of really good connections about children, possibilities, about play, which is something Catherine Knight Steele was mentioning. So I want to open up for the panelists if you want to ask each other any questions that you have. Okay, if not, that's totally okay. I can open it up to the floor if anybody has something. Well, I will say, okay, we have one.
Hi, everyone. This was absolutely amazing. Thank you all so much for being here and sharing your words with us. I had a question for Jaidan, but also all of the panelists about sort of how we see ourselves in this like Black feminist or Black activist genealogy. And I was wondering if you could speak to how maybe the women even outside of your family or people who you see as ancestors have influenced the way that you write. I know that you've influenced me a lot as a peer. And we've grown a lot together, so I'm really proud of you.
Is this, oh, okay. Thank you for your question. You inspire me as well. I would not be passing my classes without Janelle. I will say my family, I'm Caribbean, so my family is very matriarchal. So I draw a lot of inspiration from my mother, from my grandmother, from my aunt, from these familial people, and also people that I don't know because I feel their spirit in these other women. And also just I read a lot. I read to emulate how other people write, and then also just it opens new worlds for me. So if anyone else had any. I'm shy.
This was amazing. I really appreciated this. This is to Dr. Nicole Aljoe. As I was reading or trying to read some of what you were sharing regarding Clara's story, I noticed there was a portion there that talked about her and I think a sibling being sold in order to pay off a debt. But then there was another statement that said that there were other slaves who were killed, had to be killed or were killed, or to some degree that sounded like at the funeral of the individual that was being sold, was selling off these slaves to pay the debt, that these other slaves were somehow murdered or killed as a result of that slave master no longer being alive or around. So I wasn't clear on that connection, and if you could elaborate on that a little bit more.
Sure. Is this on? Yes. Okay. I just need to get closer. Okay. So it looks like Clara was enslaved when she was in Africa as well. So the way that enslavement worked in Africa, I'm sure historians know more about this than I do, but it was very often there would be wars between nations, and the losing side would be enslaved. And so sometimes there would be, if the master passed away, then the enslaved would also be killed to kind of, sort of like, if you can think about like the Egyptian kind of system where they believed that the master needed, his servants to be with him. So that's where that's coming from. Sure. It wasn't from the United States or here, or the Caribbean. Yeah, no, it wasn't the Caribbean. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I just want to share something really quickly to kind of end us off, but something that really just stood out to me between all of yours was, like I mentioned before, like children and kind of the possibilities that they present, and especially Dr. Crawley's, your art installation, like that really made me start even tearing up, like the way that children will embody all these things that we have forgotten. And it also reminded me of what you were saying about how we teach children to play, and then as slowly as they grow up, we teach them that that's wrong. And I just think that if we could have children in this room today, like they would be learning so much. And also thinking about the curriculum that you were showing for Boston Public Schools, like it is just such ideas like that help us to share these ideas with everybody and make it so that the younger generation gets introduced to all of these, wonderful feminist and radical ideas before they grow up. So I just wanted to share that. And another thank you to everybody. You all did so amazingly. So now we're going to go ahead and switch to our next panel and have a little 5-minute break.
Welcome back. Okay, so I am very pleased to introduce, our presenter's fabulous. And one of the things that we always try to do every year is have the presence of graduate students and undergraduate students. So Jaidan, who presented, was excellent. Jaidan was in my Gender and Black World Literature class in the fall and took Black Feminism 2 years ago or last year. And when I asked Jaidan, when I was like, I think you should present, Jaidan was like, Jaidan, but that was just beautiful. Thank you, Jaidan. You brought tears to our eyes. It was really beautiful, and I hope your mom is still watching. Next, I'm pleased to introduce another student who will be our moderator. Tracy Tatambo is a first-year student here at Northeastern. Tracy was also in Gender and Black World Literature in the fall and is going to be an Africana Studies major, something. Tracy is from New Jersey and of Ghanaian descent. Thank you, welcome.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'll be your moderator for our second panel titled Dreaming and Speculating. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. First, we have Dr. Shamar Moore, who is an assistant professor in the English department at Queens College, CUNY. Second, we have Sheila Winborn, who is a teaching professor of religion in the Department of Philosophy and Religion at Northeastern University. Next, we have Ashley Green-Wade, who is an assistant professor of media studies and African American studies at the University of Virginia. And then last, we have Samhart Kaufani, who is a Black feminist doctoral candidate at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. And there's a QR code you can scan to see their full bios. So, and a reminder, we have our Q&A at the end of the panel, so save your questions for the end and enjoy. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all so much for having me and being in this amazing space. It's been fantastic so far. So when I sat to think about the breadth and impact of Black feminist worldmaking and why it's important for all of us, I just kept thinking about the challenges in this work, not only because we're faced with the atrocities of a world white supremacy has made in its own image, right? But also because the work that it requires to wake up every day in this world of violence and instead choose Black feminist healing truly cannot be understated, right? So the question I want to grapple with today is, how can we turn to Black feminist imagining when we are burned out, right? When the racial battle fatigue has set in, and we no longer have the capacity to be strong or resilient, right? Those sort of buzzwords that we hear in association with Black femme bodies, right? And so I want to start by saying that for me, an essential part of Black feminist praxis is admitting when things can feel bleak, right? That there is a bleakness while we still make the hard choice to commit to joy and collective freedom in spite of that bleakness, right? So, we're in a moment where witnessing numerous genocides, anti-Blackness, patriarchy, and misogynoir remain global ventures, while trans and gender expansive folks are under a litany of attacks legislatively across the country. So what does it mean to turn to speculative fiction for escape in these realities that we're facing right now? Black readers and audiences alike have been very clear that we're tired of trauma porn. We're so sick of it. We're exhausted by these re-traumatizing stories, neo-slave narratives, right? Or really any other narrative that centers dystopia by merely reinventing racial terror. Similarly, queer and trans audiences rarely reach for transphobic and homophobic textual worlds, I should say, to escape their lived realities, right? So how can speculative fiction offer those of us at the margins healing through escape? And I'll walk us through some texts that index my answer to this question, but I want to first explain why, for me, this answer lies in the hands of Black femmes. Gender is the connective tissue between Black feminist action and speculative writing, which is to say that Black femme embodiment is already innately speculative. Taking up space in Black femme identity is what it means to embody speculation. For the Black femme body is something that's not historically been allowed to take up space, historically defined as corporeal capital. So in this talk, I'm using Black femme here not to play into feminine and masculine dichotomies, but instead to reflect an embodiment and an existence that is rooted in not only the simultaneity of queer sexuality and gendered performance that resists normativity, but also one that transcends these challenges and hegemonic ideas of femininity, race, and queerness all at once. The nuance and liminality that the Black femme carries with it as a category aptly represents the ways in which queer and gender expansive folks relate to and blur categorical distinction entirely. Kara Keeling tells us, the Black femme offers a glimpse into the range of mechanisms whereby transformations within and alternatives to existing organizations of life might be affected. We apprehend the Black femme as a figure that exists on the edge of the visible and the invisible, serving as a portal through which present impossibilities might appear. So here, Keeling explains, the liminality of the Black femme as a category is inherently speculative because of its relationship to so many of these paradoxical dichotomies, right? Invisibility and visibility, possibility and impossibility, and more. Much like Blackness in an Afro-pessimist sense, both exists in its lack of ontological footing, the Black femme category troubles this idea even further, since according to Keeling, quote, in order to recognize a Black femme in a present perception, the official and hegemonic constructions of race, sexuality, and gender must be called into question in ways that might dislodge the racist, sexist, and homophobic conceptions of the world for which those constructions currently work to maintain consent. So while the idea of dislodging these oppressive categories is linked to Black femme embodiment, this dislodging is also a sort of reordering, a reanimation that's intrinsically linked to the act of creating, and I would say, thereby speculation itself. In this way, Black femme embodiment is more than just embodiment, right? It's a methodological practice, not unlike writing, theorizing, or even the act of queering itself. What then does it mean to world build from this point of entry? Reading and writing Black femme-spun worlds means envisioning avenues of possibility in a world that has rendered them impossible. Alexis Pauline Gumbs is a great example of this. I'm gonna fanboy over her a lot today. So starting with her work, Undrowned, Black Feminist Lessons from Marine Mammals, she says, quote, "I identify as a mammal. I identify as a Black woman ascending with and shaped by a whole group of people who are transubstantiated into property and kidnapped across an ocean." In this text, Gumbs articulates her own positionality in relation to sea mammals, continuously calling herself a mammal, but also centralizing this idea that she and these other mammals are all impacted by the same colonial, racist, sexist, heteropatriarchalizing, some thick word, capitalist constructs that are trying to kill them all. Moreover, she uses Black feminist poetics, emergent strategy, and speculation in this text to, quote, look between the loopholes of language, using poetic practices she's had to use to find and love herself in a world that misnames her daily. Undrowned centers the speculative nature of the Black femme category, insofar as Gumbs uses it to demonstrate that her queerness is integral to her own Black feminist praxis, concretized only in the echolocation of herself and the simultaneity of these ideas. This echolocation analogy that Gumbs uses is not unlike the self-making required for queer and trans people to exist as their full selves. Activist Aljoe Menon explains that trans and gender expansive folks are seen as a threat to systems of power because, quote, they represent possibility, choice, being able to create a life, a way of living, a way of loving, a way of looking that's outside of what they've been told they should be. This purposeful centering of choice in possibility is speculation, especially when racialized in Black femme creation. It's the synchronous overlap of Black feminist praxis and Black speculation, starting at the very point of embodiment and expanding outward. This is the transformative potential of Black femme storytelling to craft real-world change fueled by transformative justice. But as y'all know, I do English, right? So what does this look like in storytelling? Etching these ideas into storytelling in all its forms, Gumbs' writing has become popular for loudly and unambiguously crafting Black feminist futures that acknowledge a Black ancestral past. Extending from her poetic reimaginings of other Black feminist work, her short story, Evidence, included in the Octavia's Brood anthology, take a similar approach of speculative documentation, as well as her work, M-Archive, if anyone's familiar with that. Evidence is a speculative short story that functions more as a methodological example than what we would call a story narrative, really. The anthology entry takes just a few pages to display an archive of documents from a dystopic past that we might call our present, that she refers to as the period before silence broke. A grand world-changing moment sometime in the future, referred to as breaking the silence, and a utopic future that succeeds that breaking. This archive functions as a time-transcending tale of how society chose to examine its own flaws and enacted changes so that humanity itself may persist while changing our relationship to each other and, most importantly, the planet. At face value, Evidence seems to mimic any other document, but even in its first few lines that I've shown here, it distinguishes itself from that which we already know by making the reader hold themselves accountable to its terms through the performative act of reading while simultaneously world-bending with clear, concrete terms. It opens, By reading past this point, you agree that you're accountable to the council. You affirm our collective agreement that in the time of accountability, the time past law and order, the story is the storehouse of justice. You remember that justice is no longer punishment. You affirm that the time of crime was an era of refused understanding and stunted evolution. We believe now in the experience of brilliance on the scale of the intergalactic tribe. So while this opening holds the reader in rapt attention with its futuristic ideology, it also forces the reader in some way to mentally acknowledge our current time as that marked by punishment, law and order, a dampened ability for deep understanding, and what she calls a stunted potential to evolve. This is a visceral rejection of what, in fact, Gums disagrees with, right? But what's more is that she honors those of our past and present who were radical, going on to say later on the first page that the protagonist, Alandrix, quote, consciously exists in an ancestral context, immediately letting us know that this story is Afrofuturist in how it both imagines our future and honors our past. The document ends its direct address with, quote, we are grateful that you are reading this. Thank you for remembering. With love and what our ancestors called faith, the intergenerational council of possible elders. So while the reader processes the shock of interacting with a document that thanks them for reading it, which I think a lot of us sort of wish when we were in grad school, right? They are clued into the fact that the council they have agreed to be accountable to, just by reading this, is an intergenerational council of possible elders, telling us that no matter a person's age, in the future, they're a possible elder in Gums's utopia. While today it may be a radical act to assume one's existence in the future, in Gum's utopic world, it's commonplace. In addition to its informative and interactive opening, evidence is at its root a story that constitutes a Black feminist archive and exemplifies Black feminist archival practice. As Celia Hartman tells us in Venus in Two Acts, in our very real present, Black women's place in the archive is often, quote, a death sentence, a tomb, a display of the violated body, an inventory of property, an asterisk in the grand narrative of history. Evidence instead practices the Black feminist ethic of care, healing this relationship to the archive by giving us notes, excerpts, and exhibits free of trauma, erasure, and pain, and instead speculatively fabulated to honor Black femmes in their work. In Exhibit A of the story, which we're told is an excerpt from Drix's lecture capsule, The Black Feminist Time Travel of Self in the 21st Century, BSB, which stands for Before Silence Broke, Drix's lecture refers to Black feminists as scientists and Google as the 21st century palimpsest. Associating Black feminist theory with the social and intellectual capital of STEM fields while claiming Google to be a thing of the past that we've repurposed for something considered more important in this era. Exhibit B functions similarly, but this time in the form of a letter sent from 12-year-old Alandrix onto their ancestor, Alexis, via Sky Tablet. It seems purposeful that the story told us that baby Alandrix grows up to be a Black feminist scholar, Drix, before we're told that Drix was writing in literal conversation with their ancestor that predates them by 5 generations, just to say thank you. This serves as a demonstration and an important reminder that Black feminist citational practices are much more than citation entries, but also conversations and expressions of literal gratitude to our ancestors for the space they've carved out for us to do this work and to make this work easier. In their letter, Drix not only paints a detailed picture of their utopic present that is free of sexual abuse and other oppressive forces, but they also refer to Alexis' time in the past as the time of silence breaking, informing the reader that we too are living in an era of transformation. Another striking way that Gums imbues the speculative narrative with her own feminist praxis is how she inserts herself into the personal narrative of the story. As I've mentioned early in the story, Drix writes this letter, but later in Exhibit E, the reader is shown a letter from Alexis after capitalism to Alexis during capitalism. In this way, we're able to read a letter from Gums's utopian future self to her, right, from September of 2010, hearing her not only describe a future that she's currently working towards, but also hearing her give her former self words of encouragement. Quote, "I'm writing you from the future to remind you to act on your belief, to love your life and live it as a tribute to our victory and not as a stifling reaction to the past. I'm here with so many people that you love and their children, and we're eating together, and we're tired from full days of working and loving, but never exhausted past passion and writing. Here in the future, we have no money, we have no scarcity." So here Gums is using the speculative to fortify her own dreams for a free future, while blending it with a sort of biomythography of her past. On top of that, she's allowing herself to imagine what it would mean to live long enough to experience the futures we create and the groundwork for. So much of what it means to invest in Black futures often means creating and organizing and resisting forces that we face every day with the assumption that we won't get a chance to experience something different than our own struggle, right? So instead, Gums uses this story to show us the power of what it would mean to assume that we'll survive long enough to see the fruits of our own labor, especially when being Black, femme, and queer means to embody an endangered species. We, as the reader, are able to directly see the impact of what it would mean to hear from our future selves, so that, quote, "we have the world we deserve. Everybody eats. No one owns anything or anybody, or even uses anything like a tool. No one feels guilty for sitting still." Alexis even says to her past self, "I'm proud of you for being queer. We did it. We shifted the paradigm. We rewrote the meaning of life with our living." Here in these last phrases, she still emphasizes her life. She gives us this vision of the future where our Black queer ancestors grow old and live to see tomorrow while still being their full selves. Through this conversation between her past and future selves, she emphasizes the importance of dreams and her own belief in the possibility of different futures. The last person I'll mention that embodies this healing work of Black feminist imagining is trans and non-binary author Akwaeke. While they utilize their fiction to create worlds in which Black trans girls can be free from harm, like in their novel Pet, they also make us think critically about how world bending can show up in our own lives. In their memoir, Dear Sunderin, they coined the term world bending to explain what it means to world build at the level of the self. That is to move and write with such assurance about your future that you manifest it into reality. World bending can look like decolonizing your own gender and writing about yourself on the page before you walk as this new assured self through life. But it can also be writing about your successes before they happen, like Octavia Butler famously did about her books, not knowing that her works would be New York Times best-selling sensations even now. Emezi writes to bend and make the world into a space that recognizes their fullness in the liminality of all that they are. They describe their writing as, quote, "telling stories about the burning, about the imperfect phoenix afterward, and about the freedom of love." The freedom centered in their world bending is meant to cause discomfort and disrupt conformity. But it is also the ultimate example of Black feminist freedom through writing. In their recent introduction to the world-bending issue of Jupiter magazine, they say, quote, "You realize how deeply people feel about freedom when someone else is taking it and they feel like they can't, or what it means to a reader when someone whispers through a page, 'I see you, and I know what it costs you to become this.' My point is, there's nothing a story can't do. You can bend a whole new world with stories, and that is an enormous threat to those who want this terrible world and its associated structures to stand. But what's more is that this threat can also be a balm for those of us seeking new worlds without violence and capitalism and whatever else, right? Or just space to rest. So hopefully we can keep looking to world benders and world builders like Gums and Emezi to help us not only unshackle our own imaginations and escape and heal on the page, but also to help us actualize these worlds in the real world and escape and heal here and now in our own lives. Thank you.
So for the next few minutes, I'll give brief focus to the topic Afrofuturism as more than utopian dreams. I'll give particular attention to a short list of examples of the coming together of African Americans' past, present, and possible futures as visually represented in film and television and beyond. In 1993, in the essay Black to the Future, Mark Deary coined the term Afrofuturism and asked the question, can a community whose past has been deliberately rubbed out and whose energies have subsequently been consumed by the search for legible traces of its history imagine possible futures? The answer is a resounding yes. Persons of the African diaspora have always dreamed of, imagined, and hoped for themselves and their descendants better futures. Even when, for example, those representing possible future worlds within early mainstream science fiction and television, for example, did not foresee or represent persons racially defined as Black as necessarily a part of imagined and real-world futures. Near the end of the 20th century, in her 1992 book titled Black Looks, subtitled Race and Representation, Bell Hooks states, quote, that the field of representation remains a place of struggle is more evident when we critically examine contemporary representations of Blackness and Black people. For Black people, the pain of learning that we cannot control our images and how we see ourselves, that is, if our vision is not decolonialized, or how we are seen, is so intense that it rends us. It rips and tears at the seams of our efforts to consume self, end quote. Today, in the 21st century, these statements are still relevant in similar and expanded ways as persons of the African diaspora continue to dream and speculate about how the past of our ancestors relate to realities of the present and to our dreams and continuing speculations for the future. Within her work, Bell Hooks gives particular focus to our Black female ancestors and Black feminism, including the power of the gaze. In her book, Real to Real, subtitled Race, Class, and Sex at the Movies, Hooks states that as a child, she knew that the dominating power that adults experienced over her and over her gaze was never so absolute that she did not dare to look, to sneak a peep, to stare dangerously. She states that she believed that the slaves too had looked, in spite of attempts to repress Black people's right to gaze. She states that not only will she stare, she wants to look to change reality. Her works have and continue to change the reality of those who are exposed to them. In a 2012 interview for the Television Academy, Whoopi Goldberg, who played the character Guinan from 1988 to 2002 as a part of the Star Trek franchise, stated that Black people were not represented in American mainstream science fiction television and film as existing in the future until Nichelle Nichols played Lieutenant Uhura in the original Star Trek series that premiered in 1966. Nichols' portrayal of Uhura perhaps can be argued as in part a science fictional representation of the embodiment of Black feminism. But ancestors of the African diaspora had dreams and hopes for better futures for themselves and their descendants long before Nichols joined the original Star Trek cast, and long before Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. told her that he was a fan and that she should remain on the show when she told him that she was planning to leave for another role. King knew that representation mattered. Nichols took his advice, and as a part of the Star Trek cast, she influenced not only Whoopi Goldberg and other Black actresses who later joined the Star Trek franchise, but she also influenced Mae Jemison. Jemison has said that seeing Nicholas in Star Trek was a part of the inspiration that led to the reality of her becoming the first African-American female astronaut to actually travel into outer space. Today, Black women continue to be represented in the future in other mainstream science fiction films and television, and continue to actually become astronauts. But we should not forget the pain of mothers who saw their children's lives end too soon, such as Trayvon Martin's mother, Sabrina Fulton, whose son didn't get to fully live his dreams. Trayvon particularly participated in a program, a nonprofit program called Experience Aviation, a program that exposes young people to how to approach and navigate in future careers in STEM fields. The aviator suit that Trayvon wore when he participated in Experience in this organization, Experience Aviation, now is a part of the Afrofuturism exhibition at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History in Washington, D.C. The enslaved had hopes for better futures in spite of the horrors they experienced. Their descendants have continued to have hopes in spite of how too often in the past and still, as Bell Hooks has said, Black people have felt the pain of not being able to control their own images and how they are portrayed. In particular, for example, in the 1915 film, The Birth of a Nation, which has been called the first US blockbuster film, D.W. Griffith represented stereotypes of Black slaves and their descendants while creating cinematography approaches and using film that was not originally created to effectively represent and read the skin tones of Blacks and other people of color. Although there have been some changes, still too often, many of the same cinematography and institutionalized storytelling structural approaches continue to be used in Hollywood and beyond. So within her activism for ethical and just approaches to creating artificial intelligence, the computer scientist Bula Lam Winnie has worked towards changing the realities of AI coding biases. She discovered, while a graduate student, that because of code biases, AI recognition had not been created to successfully read the faces of Black women and other persons of color. Originally, she could only get AI software to attempt to read her face when she wore a white mask. Therefore, it's important to dare to continue to look and critique with awareness of how often new technologies don't support Black women and other persons of the African diaspora, as well as other persons of color being fully seen. So I find it interesting how the science fiction and horror genres often appear together in film and television and other media, and particularly how slavery is one of the most reoccurring themes in science fiction. I argue that stories in popular media that are about the Atlantic slave trade and the lives of African Americans who lived in slavery during generations that followed include elements of the horror genre, even when they're not always officially declared as such by their producers. This includes examples such as the 20th century television series Roots, films such as Sankofa, as well as the 21st century film 12 Years a Slave. Then there are Jordan Peele's television series Lovecraft and his films Get Out and Nope, which Peele directly defines as a part of the horror genre. In the book Evil and the Demonic, subtitled A New Theory of Monstrous Behavior, the scholar Paul Oppenheimer presents an empirical theory about how horror interrelates with other genres, including science fiction. According to Oppenheimer, in horror films, the following among the numerous ways manifestations of evil are represented. For example, as cunningly psychological, as seizing upon the souls of those who would deny the very existence of their own actions as sin, as including social and genocidal methods of humanity's worst quest. And death is always the outcome, as leading to a type of apocalyptic suicide. With all of this happening in types of so-called special isolated worlds, according to Oppenheimer, sometimes within these worlds, people live in some people live with extreme material lavishness that support the ideas of utopia, or their particular ideas of utopia, while others within these worlds experience dystopian nightmarish pain. The locations with which such events take place are often down a long lane that exists, and it mainly is behind these down these long lanes, so that the extreme and endless labor and the violent and psychological pain that are resulted in a type of sense of hopeless helplessness are not heard by nearby neighbors. And in such worlds, evil frequently masquerades as love, as one of the most profoundly horrific forms of love that isn't really love at all. Afrofuturism is about countering the concept of being seen as the other without a future. Othering in people involves those of one culture defining themselves as necessarily superior to those that they see as the other, and therein inferior to themselves. It involves seeing and representing the other as simultaneously having too much of something, as well as not enough of some other characteristics that all humans have, with both approaches not supporting being seen as fully human. Near the end of the 20th century, in her book titled Black Looks, Race and Representation, Bell Hooks said that the field of representation remains a place of struggle is more evident when we critically examine contemporary representations of Blackness and Black people. For Black people, the pain of learning that we cannot control our own images and how we see ourselves is so intense, as I said before, that it rends us, it wipes us, it's painful. So, as we continue to dream and speculate about histories of the past relate to where we are today and where we may be in the very near future, it seems to me that we should follow the examples of Bell Hooks and the ancestors who came before her. Dare to critically look, to stare dangerously. Don't let anyone repress your right to gaze. For how you gaze has the power to help you look in ways that can change reality.
Good afternoon. So my name is Dr. Ashley Wade. I am an assistant professor at the University of Virginia in the Media Studies and African American and African Studies departments. My work primarily focuses on Black girlhood and their digital practices, and I'm really excited to be here speaking with you all, really excited to be included in the group of panelists that have spoken today. And I'm also really excited because my book, Black Girl Autopoetics, just is hot off the press as of yesterday. I want to offer a few words from that text in connection with some of Bell Hooks' work. So in the foreword to Bone Black, Memories of Black Girlhood, Bell Hooks tells us that hers is, quote, not an ordinary tale. It is the story of girlhood rebellion, of my struggle to create self and identity, distinct from and yet inclusive of the world around me. Writing imagistically, I seek to conjure a rich, magical world of Southern Black culture that was sometimes paradisical and other times terrifying. The beauty lies in the way it all comes together, exposing and revealing the inner life of a girl inventing herself. In reflecting on and she goes on in the foreword of this text to talk about the first time she ever read The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. And in that reflection, she writes, and most of all, Toni Morrison gave us Black girls who were critical thinkers, theorizing their lives, telling the story, and by doing so, making themselves subjects in history. So I want to draw attention to a few words and concepts from this passage that I just read from Bell Hooks. And when I read you the section of my introduction from the book, you're gonna see why these words resonated with me as I read that forward. So she talks about girlhood rebellion. She talks about conjuring a magical world, about a girl inventing herself. And, this is my favorite part, Black girls as critical thinkers, theorizing their lives, telling the story, and making themselves subjects in history. So, in some ways, what I talk about in my book, the ways that I talk about Black girls are Black girls are engaging in both individual and collective practices of what Bell Hooks is doing in her book, Bone Black. And I talk about Black girls' digital practices in the book primarily in terms of social media, but I want to be clear that Black girl autopoetics as theory and as praxis is boundless. So drawing from Sylvia Wynter's reflections on autopoiesis, I define Black girl autopoetics as follows. It is an inherently spatiotemporal praxis of creation. In breaking down autopoiesis to its roots, the word translates to self-making. I deploy the concept of self-making in two ways. First, Black girls making themselves, that is, making their subjectivities. And then second, Black girls staking claim to a creative process that is their own, or making for themselves. I present Black girl autopoetics as a praxis of creation because it encompasses how Black girls invent and reinvent cultural products, spaces, and discourses in their subjective formation and expression. So hence why Bell Hooks' girl inventing herself really resonated with me. Throughout the text, when I talk about Black girls' creativity, I don't mean it as a conflation with artistry, even though art is a part of Black girls' creative repertoire. Instead, I'm using creativity to mean that Black girls are inclined toward creation in the way that Black people have created and continue to create alternate new worlds within the worlds that we were not meant to survive, as Audre Lorde tells us. Therefore, Black girl autopoetics functions as a world-making technology. It is both theory of the flesh and a survival methodology rooted in Black girls' ways of knowing and making meaning. And my theorization of Black girl autopoetics is not meant to be prescriptive, meaning there isn't a litmus test for measuring what is or isn't Black girl autopoetics. Instead, Black girl autopoetics is characterized by the ways that Black girls make a way out of no way and create new paths on old roads. Black girls' digital content, as I said before, is of course not the only source of Black girl autopoetics. But the reason why I focus on the way that Black girls navigate digital spaces through Black girl autopoetics is because it shows how their digital media production is unique. Because Black girls can't separate how they engage in these spaces from the lived experiences and consequences of being a Black girl in a world built on and sustained by white supremacy and misogynoir. Now, I know that social media, rightfully, gets a lot of flack, especially when we talk about the role that it plays in the lives of young people. Black girls are especially susceptible to harassment and bullying and other forms of violence in online spaces. And my work is not to, like the goal of this project is not to minimize those realities, but it's also to point back to what Dr. Steele talked about earlier. I'm also not trying to focus on these spaces as spaces of deficit or deviance, and instead, I want to champion Black girls' creative gumption. The way that Black girls rebel, like Bell Hooks said, and the way that they conjure worlds within these tools that were not designed with them in mind, and often contribute to their degradation. So I want to highlight Black girls who have flipped the script in some ways. And so I wish I had time to go through the themes of each chapter, but since I don't, I'll talk about some conversations that I had with Black girls during my research that really gave me a sense of their digital agency. And the keynote conversation from this morning reminded me of these conversations because when I first started telling people about my research and telling them what I was interested in doing, a lot of times, because I was meeting a lot with school administrators to have access to Black girls, and they're like, oh, I'm so glad you're doing this. Somebody needs to tell them what they should and shouldn't be doing on social media and how they don't have an understanding of how things travel. And I was like, yeah, actually, that's not what I'm doing. And so, but that idea that Black girls don't know what they're doing was really striking to me. And I'm like, why do people think that? And so as I was having conversations with Black girls about how they use social media, it was very clear to me that they absolutely knew what they were doing. They know how these technologies work. And so they have ways of using those technologies to their benefit. So one time I was talking to this group of girls, they were high school girls, so 9th through 12th grade, and we were talking about Instagram. And they were saying that yes, I have an Instagram account that, my mom can see, that college recruiters can see, that other adults in my life can see. And I curate that Instagram in a particular way. So they would have, for example, videos, if they played sports, they would have clips from their games, or if they were involved in extracurricular activities, it was a way of them branding themselves, right? As a well-rounded teen. But then we started talking about Finsta, right? So the fake Instagram, in which the name Finsta in and of itself is ironic, right? Because it's fake Instagram, but it's actually the real one, or the one where you feel like you can be your true self. And so the fact that they had these different ways of engaging with Instagram, for example, shows that they're very savvy about the technologies and how they work. And so it also showed me that unlike the way that educators that I was talking to saw Black girls, they didn't see themselves as victims of technology. Instead, they saw these technologies, especially social media, as a way for them to be agents of their own futures. And so I'll wrap up by saying that in doing research with, for, and about Black girls, I found myself really inspired by their generosity in sharing their lives with me. And I think one of the biggest things that contributed to that generosity was that they couldn't believe that I actually wanted to know about them. They were so shocked that I was not there to discipline them and tell them what to do. And they would say, you want to know about my life? And I'm like, yes, of course. And so they shared so much with me, and not only this book project, but just my way of thinking has been greatly enriched by being in conversation and community with Black girls. So I'll read a short section from the conclusion of my book. And poetry is not a luxury. Audre Lorde wrote, "But there are no new ideas still waiting in the wings to save us. There are only old and forgotten ones, new combinations, extrapolations, and recognitions from within ourselves, along with the renewed courage to try them out. Black Girl Autopoetics offers us these new combinations, extrapolations, and recognitions of old ideas about Black life. And to look at the most central features of Black life from the perspective of Black girls is an exercise imbued with possibility." And this text has been in the making even before I knew it over the course of a decade. In that span of time, I've watched many of the Black girls whose stories that appear in these pages grow up. Some have gone to and finished college, some have started or completed advanced degrees, some have their own businesses, and some are parents to little Black girls now. Some keep in contact through texts, phone calls, and lunch meetups. Others show love on Instagram or Facebook, which I realize that if they're my friend on Facebook, that means they think I'm old. But watching these girls grow up has been an absolute joy, not only because of the sentimentality of the experience, but also because their transition into adulthood means they survived. Collective Black survival lies at the heart of Black Girl Autopoetics as an instrument of agency and possibility. Black Girl Autopoetics offers us new ways of feeling old ideas about Black space, memory, and representation, and reevaluating how we understand Black life through Black girls' agential production might make it possible for us to repurpose space and time toward our own survival. And here I don't conflate survival with barely hanging on, but instead I invoke Alexis Pauline Gumb's description of survival via Audre Lorde as, quote, "In the context of what we have overcome, life after disaster, life in honor of our ancestors despite the genocidal forces worked against them, specifically so we would not exist. Ultimately, Black Girl Autopoetics is a praxis of creation. And if Black girls can create the conditions for their survival while facing anti-Black heterosexist patriarchy, then what else is possible?" Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was absolutely beautiful. So now we're gonna, one more panelist. I'm so sorry. We have one more panelist via Zoom. I'm sorry, please go ahead.
No problem. Can folks hear me okay? All right, so I'm Samhar. I'm a grad student at the University of Minnesota in a feminist studies department, but I think of it as like I'm in my own Black feminist studies department. And so I'm gonna share a little bit about how I approach speculative fiction through a spiritual lens. And so I wanna start With this definition of speculative fiction by a Black feminist literary scholar that I think is useful, Sammy Schock notes, speculative fiction allows us to imagine otherwise, to envision an alternative world or future in which what exists now has changed or disappeared, and what does not exist now, like the ability to live on the moon or interact with the gods, is suddenly real. Schock's description of speculative literature reflects the ways that literary abolitionists and futurist scholars, especially those working within the realms of Black feminism, engage with speculative literature as a site and method for imagining and creating new worlds. What interests me about Schock's description are the kinds of possibilities she imagines as not yet real, living on the moon and interacting with gods. And so Schock's description inspires my curiosity about what metaphysical frameworks guide our understandings and engagements of speculative literature. What informs our visions of what is real now and what could be made real in the future? And in particular, how does anti-Blackness and colonialism affect our imaginations of what is realistic versus what might be read as mythical or fantastical or futuristic? And so far from a critique, I think that Schock's description can be an invitation to expand how we approach speculative literature as a methodology of Black feminist worldmaking. In addition to approaching speculative texts as potentially useful departures from reality that help us reimagine future possibilities for Black life, I'm also curious about how these texts can inspire us to revisit and transform our relationships to different visions and embodiments of reality. And so in my research, I approached this through the lens of Indigenous and diasporic Black spiritualities. And for me, spirituality provides a framework for tracing intersecting material, or some might also say immaterial or etheric, social and political dimensions of Black life. Spirituality also provides a means for denaturalizing Eurocentric ideas of what constitutes reality. So a Nigerian writer who was already brought to a space by a previous panelist, Akweke Emezi, who writes from a spirit-first lens, says, when we think of colonialism, we think that people came and replaced our language, culture, and religion. They actually replaced our reality. In a world shaped by anti-Blackness and colonialism, Black spiritual realities are frequently marginalized as unreal. They are considered speculative. If you have had opportunities to unlearn that conditioning, you may relate to those Black spiritual realities differently. But what I appreciate about Emezi's discourse on this is that they also highlight the specific intramural effects of this dynamic. Even within Black communities, including Indigenous communities on the continent, there can be this double relationality of believing Black spiritual concepts and practices are real, while also simultaneously doubting their validity. In this context, I think Black speculative texts can offer sites for unlearning the naturalization of modern Eurocentric colonial ideas of reality and taking up Black spiritual ones instead. An example of a text that could function this way is River Solomon's novella, The Deep. The Deep portrays an aquatic community of Black beings called the Wajinru, who descended from pregnant enslaved Africans thrown overboard during the Middle Passage. Solomon's storytelling imagines that in the aftermath of their aquatic deaths, their children are born underwater as Black merfolk. In the depths of the ocean, surviving Wajinu pups are nurtured by whales and eventually find each other to build a community. While The Deep is read as a work of speculative and fantasy fiction, Solomon's storytelling also reflects the metaphysical possibilities outlined within several Black, Indigenous, and diasporic spiritual frameworks. And so beyond just the premise of this idea that they transform into merfolk, there's all of this kind of spiritual language and practice in the text. So there's a language of energy that's structuring the text throughout. There's a core ritual that organizes the community where they revisit ancestral memories and relive certain aspects of the Middle Passage and slavery. In her article, Crossing Merfolk Narratives of the Sacred, Jalandra A. Davis notes, the sacred provides spiritual precedence for the concept that those presumed lost during the Middle Passage live on in the sea. Davis's concept of crossing merfolk draws from M. Jackie Alexander's discussion of the crossing as a framework for tracing the Middle Passage as, quote, a spiritual location of potential, of transformation, of passing between worlds, end quote. The overlapping effects and practices of slavery and colonialism contextualize Alexander's vision of the sacred as a method for tracing the commingling and persistent spiritual epistemologies and practices that move with Black people during the Middle Passage and afterward. In her own retelling of this history, Alexander says, some refused the crossing, deciding instead to use their arms as wings, thousands of winged creatures flying free. Others simply kept each other company at the bottom of the sea, becoming messengers from the spirits of the deep. Then she offers a directed invocation, O Yamaya, Achaba peligrosísima, haunting sweet Ravana, wise one, hiding your age deep within the soft fold of waves. Translucent, amongst your treasures rest the captives shuffled through the door of no return, no longer imprisoned. You have restored their wings. No one knows the mysteries at the bottom of the ocean. In situating the deep as a crossing merfolk narrative of the sacred, Solomon's text can be read as an invitation to reimagine and reclaim Black spiritual frameworks of reality and embodiment. In these realities, Black peoples can shift form, conjure freedom, and be magically reborn through death. Texts like The Deep reveal how Black speculative fiction can be a window or a portal to imagine and re-inhabit other dimensions of Black life. And I see this approach to speculative storytelling also as an embodied process. And just to kind of sketch that connection a little further, I wanted to share a memory of something that a teacher shared in the spiritual community I was part of a few years ago. She said that the brain and the body in general do not distinguish between imagination and what is real. And so that connection between embodiment and imagination forms the basis for certain spiritual practices that rely on creative visualization, like energy work and meditation. And I found that this holds true in my own experience. So for example, if I envision that I'm in the redwood forest, my body responds as if I'm really there. My breath slows, my heartbeat changes, I feel more settled and grounded. And conversely, if I travel back to a traumatic or stressful experience, my body also responds as if I'm really there. And so I'm sharing this to clarify further why I think speculative text can facilitate an embodied process of remembering and reconnecting with other frameworks of reality and Black experience. That process of being brought into a story and re-envisioning what is possible or real also happens with and through the body. And so my thinking here is also inspired by Alexis Saveau's description of the possible as another realm of meaning, an otherwhere, a metaphysical space beyond. She says the possible can be a platform for Black alter world making and refusal to participate in the perceived reality of dominant consensus with its assumed parameters and priorities. Writing towards the possible allows me to think of Black life, to speculate Black life as framed by adaptation, cultural transfer, mystery, that which defies Western models of logic, and the dynamic of unstable realities. And I think it's also really powerful that she clarifies, I have used my imagination to access the possible, but it is not imaginary. DeVoe also explores how literature can function as a spiritual portal to transformative embodiments in worlds of Blackness through her conceptualization of afiction. In her recent collection of parables called Jesus Devil, she says, afiction moves away from beyond fiction. It furthers a poetics of repair, doing, love, desire, and freedom as body parts of Blackness. Afiction attempts to write into and materialize, make material existence of the spiritual. And so in Jesus Devils, the parables, she says, spirits populate the parables and live as animal, plant, human, and extra-human forms. They live in an Afro-surrealist time envelope, a future past called right now, that is necessary to transform how we see things now, how we look at what happened then, and what we can expect to see in the future. In afiction, I am writing into another realm. And so I want to read The Deep as another text that could be inspired by the presence and experiences of spirits, and which offers us a space and method for being transported into other realms of Blackness. In being open to shift our perspective and experiences of reality, we can engage with Black speculative literature as catalysts for an embodied transformation of our consciousness, and this transformation resonates outward, informing our practices of world making. Thank you.
This is my cue. Here we go. All right. So as I said, that was amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. So now we're going to open the floor for the Q&A. So if anybody has any questions, you can come up to the mic and ask your question. And of course, if the panelists have any questions for each other, feel free to ask.
Hi, how are you? This has been great, very informative all day. So one of my dear friends is watching online and texted me to ask you this question. My question is, knowing that Black people are not prominently featured and that a lot of our history is unknown to us, how should authors and writers treat stories that may be considered trauma porn, however, are important to our collective experience and can provide opportunities for discussion and understanding? Anybody? No.
I think that for me, I think that it's important for a range of Black stories to be told. So I think that while people may have resistance to, or may not feel like they want to be constantly bombarded with stories that might be considered trauma porn, I do think that it's important for many different types of Black stories to be told. With that being said, I also think that we need to tell more stories of Black joy and Black life and Black abundance to balance out kind of the inundation with stories that we have that focus a lot on Black trauma and Black death. And yeah, I can think of an example just really quickly. I saw on Twitter the other day that someone said that the reason why the new version of The Color Purple didn't do well is because Black people are tired of movies about Black trauma. But in having watched that movie, and having watched the remake in particular, I don't think that that movie was centering Black trauma. And so I could tell that the person who made that comment had not seen the movie or did not have an understanding of Black feminist creative production or like Black feminist storytelling because, I mean, it's an old story, so I don't feel like this is a spoiler, but Steele emerges triumphant at the end of that story. And so I think that we also need to maybe reorient ourselves to how we're understanding certain stories as stories of Black trauma.
So I totally agree. I do think that definitely needs to be more diversity of persons in front of the camera, behind the camera, in every medium, more people writing. We need to see the diversity within communities. But I also think that we should not be afraid of the truth. And the truth is not just for people of color, not just for people of the African diaspora, but what it means to be human often has a lot of trauma. And the trauma is told in so many different ways, from Disney, good and evil, preparing children to understand that the world is not always safe, to the concept of understanding those same or retelling those same sort of stories, often in stereotypical ways. So that's why the importance of the gaze and to be able to look critically at them is important as well. But also to get to understand in ways that are somewhat safe, because if you're watching a film, for example, when the cameras go down, when the lights go down and the story begins, you're pretty sure, unless something unusual happens in those couple of hours, that when the lights come back up, you're gonna be safe. It's a way of watching, experiencing, having emotions that in public where you normally would not have them with other people around. For example, in just talking about film. And I say this applies to other medium as well. So it seems to me that the basic form of storytelling, and I teach film, so that's why I give the film example. The basic form of storytelling in particularly American Hollywood filmmaking, and filmmaking around the world has been influenced by Hollywood filmmaking. It's the biggest industry coming out of Hollywood. It usually has a happy or a hopeful ending at the end. I teach apocalypticism, happy or hopeful at the end. If one or two people survive, there's always hope. And some of those films have happy endings as well. It's kind of the way the structure of it works. So I don't see it as necessary something that we shouldn't understand or that we should not look at. I think we have to look at the good, the bad, the difficulty of what it means to be human in the eye so that we can change it to make better futures for upcoming generations as well as for ourselves.
I can just add really quickly. I also think like audience plays hugely into this as well, right? Obviously, Bell Hooks has written so much about this already, but I'm thinking, for instance, like I had a conversation with a student who just couldn't get through Roots. This was not a student of color, but couldn't get through Roots, but was like a huge fan of The Handmaid's Tale, right? And so like again, like what are we thinking about? Like how can we think critically about audience in that, right? Like I don't think. Like even as I mentioned in my talk, right, like I don't think trauma porn is for us, right? I think that Black audiences have been very specific about what they are seeking. But like as you said, right, like we are not like all of audience, though I am really interested in what it would mean to center the wants and needs of Black audiences more, right? And I think like even thinking about the great example of The Color Purple that you mentioned, it was wonderful because it is actually like way more speculative than the original text. But anyway, yeah, just to say that to keep audience in mind as well.
Okay, I have a question for Sama. I really loved your work, especially looking at how speculative fiction is spiritual. I wonder, are there any other texts that you analyze, like The Deep, or also potentially films that you apply this lens to?
Thank you for your question. So my work is actually not specifically on speculative fiction. So The Deep is the only speculative text that I'm still in the dissertation phase, so it's kind of all I can think about. But this is the only speculative text that I'm looking at for that project. The framework for me more is about spiritual storytelling, and so in that way, I'm looking at other texts like Akweke Emezi's Freshwater. And so what I'm trying to think about is this method through which Black literature can take on and naturalize that spirit-first lens that Emezi talks about, and how the storytelling from that standpoint shifts the ways that we then think about ourselves and embody ourselves and move through life. And I think Akweke Emezi is such a foundational example for me in terms of thinking about that idea of storytelling, not just as manifesting, but as re-inhabiting these indigenous spiritual realities. And I think it's more than re-inhabiting in terms of the way that they do it. I think it's also about expanding how we think about Black indigeneity in a diasporic context that's shaped by both slavery and colonialism, and how we are negotiating that idea of indigeneity.
Okay, if there is not any more questions, thank you so much to the panelists again. And just a reminder that the Frugal Bookstore is leaving soon, so when you go, you can get some books on your way out. And thank you so much for joining us tonight. And yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. Just literally running around. Thank you so much to our panelists. We appreciate you. We are going to now have something that we haven't done before here, but we're excited to do. We're going to have what we call a kitchen table moment. There it is, yes. How many of you are familiar with this image or these images? Anyone? Someone who's not here, please, excuse me, can you tell us who this is? And introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Aisha Karasik, and these are amazing photos from Carrie Mae Weems' The Kitchen Table series. Taken in 1990, is that correct? Yeah. And it just is a beautiful rendition of how Black women use their kitchen table to create these moments in life with, you can see, with their children, with their friends, and even with themselves. You know, the first picture, I think of my mom, she was always playing solitaire.
With a glass of wine.
Well, okay, yes. and the chocolate. And it's just a moment of self-care. It's a moment of providing for our family. And it's really a safe space. And also I want to say something that you have amazing conversations. You're in a safe space. So you can talk about what's happening to you, what's happening to the world, and no one's going to come in and violate you because you're in your safe space. So, yeah.
You teed it up perfectly, Aisha. Thank you so much. I still need you to come and audit one of my classes. This is another one of our friends. Aisha and I know each other through the Black Faculty, Staff, and Administrators Organization here at Northeastern, as well as the Women of Color in the Academy. But she teed it up perfectly, and that's exactly what we're going to do in this moment. So we have, and if you recall, Dr. Catherine Knight Steele was talking also about the kitchen table as a space, right? So I'm not going to say anything else because Aisha explained it so well, but what I will give you are instructions. So you'll see we have some tables in the back, or you could just start, so you can get up, walk around, use this moment to move your body. We're going to play some music. You could also stay in your seat and turn to the person next to you. This kitchen table moment is an invitation for you to reflect before we begin our Q&A with all of the speakers, right? So I've noticed you all have been very quiet today. And I always tell my students, you know, my class is not the class for you if you don't like to talk. I will not say that about the symposium. But this moment is going to help prime you so that you will have questions for our panelists and we'll have a wonderful discussion afterwards. So you can get up, walk around, and you'll know that it's over when the music ends, okay? Thank you. We also have some coffee and water in the back if anybody wants to grab something.
If I could have everyone's attention, please, we would like to bring the kitchen table moment to a close and get ready to start for the open Q&A. So if you could come back to us so that we can engage in the open Q&A. So I would also like to invite the speakers who have presented today to join us on the stage, those of you who remain, so that we can have the Q&A. All right, thank you all for joining us again. So my name is Dr. Layla Brown. I'm an assistant professor of Cultural Anthropology, Africana Studies, and Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies. My name is not on the program because the person who was going to facilitate this discussion fortunately just got married and flew back in from Ghana today. And she is here with us, but she is very tired, so I am taking over for her. So I have a few questions that I can kick us off with, but I would like to invite people to come first. But if you all are shy, I can actually kick us off. But I would like to go ahead and invite folks to come to the microphone and ask questions. And please let us know who you are.
Hi.
Is there a...
Hello? Okay. Hi, my name is Janelle Prince, and I have a question for Dr. Ashley. So you describe Blackness as being in a state of chaos and disaster, specifically when you were talking about those high school girls, and then you say how they kind of survived that. So do you believe that this state of chaos kind of contributes to the creation which you discuss within autopoetics?
Thank you for your question. I do think that that the chaos of everyday life does contribute to the way that Black girls engage in autopoetics. And I say that because part of what Black girls are doing, not just in digital spaces, but just in general, is carving out spaces where they can be themselves, and carving out spaces where they can be in community with each other. And so I think those things would happen even without the chaos. But I think that the chaos can inform how it happens because it's necessary, but also it's a way of healing from that chaos or healing from the trauma of that chaos, or avoiding some of the dangers that come, with that chaos. So yes.
Okay, and I have one more question, which is just open to anybody. It's about film. So I know that we talked about Black people not really feeling comfortable with trauma porn anymore, especially since it's been given to us in such high contexts. So do you believe that parody films, for example, such as Medea, are a product of auto-poetics, or do you think that they hurt the Black community instead? Sorry.
So I think, I'm going to say that parody in general can be a form of autopoetics. I don't know that I would characterize the particular example that you gave as an example of that, just because of the ways that a lot of Tyler Perry's work has been anti-Black woman. So while, he is responsible for employing a lot of Black women as actors in his TV shows and films, that alone is not necessarily liberating for Black women. Mm-hmm. And I think that some of the messages in his content about how Black women have to suffer the consequences of being free can be damaging to can be damaging to Black communities. So I would say, for the first part of the question, parody, I think, is a useful form of autopoetics. But I actually don't think that he sees his work as parody. Mm-hmm. And so that is also another reason why I don't necessarily associate it with autopoetics. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you think that we're branching into a new era of film and TV shows through the creation of shows such as Abbott Elementary, for example? Open to anybody.
I just want to say I agree with what was said before. I do think that there are trends, but there have been changes off and on before, and shows like that sort of relate to some of the shows that have been done before. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind that popular media reflects as well as influences what's going on in our world. It often reflects what's going on at the moment that it's released, or at least during the moment when the filmmakers or the television writers and producers were creating the show, as well as at the moment that it's released to the public. It also can sometimes be prophetic about what's about to come, or can show a shift is about to come, or something down the road, as well as it can be prophetic about in a warning, don't go there, mm-hmm. right? And I believe that we need to be critical of everything we see, that a show, a film, any piece of work can be to do more than one thing at the same time. So it can be helpful, and parts of it can be stereotypical and harmful, sometimes unintentionally by the filmmakers or the writers or the creators of any type of popular media or fine art. And this is the reason why we need greater education about how to read the visual and every other medium, not just seeing it as entertainment, not just seeing it as something that I don't want to hear. I don't want to see, but understanding it as a part of human history, as well as a part of where we are now and where we may be in just a minute in the future.
I also, I mean, just to build off of that too, I think, you know, in some ways we're also saying that like there's some really brilliant satire out here, right? I don't know if Tyler Perry's it, to be honest, but but there's some fantastic satire, like everything Boots Riley has ever made, really. Like there's fantastic like emphasis on Afro-surrealism that I think we're seeing now. But I also wanted to name that, like, as far as what point we're at, I think recently, like, Issa Rae commented on just all the Black, like, TV and film that has gotten, like, canceled or, you know, like, pulled out of circulation and so forth. And so I want us to think critically, too, about how we're in this moment, right, after we had, like, you know, hot labor summer, like, last year, right, in Hollywood, and the pandemic, where, like, the first voices that are going to get silenced, right, that are going to lose access to these things in the wake of all of these, you know, like, just union agreements and so forth, are going to be, like, marginalized voices, right? And so I think we're seeing a wave of that right now, right? I'm thinking about, like, all these, like, fabulous shows that recently got canceled or just, like, discontinued. So anyway, I'm just saying that, like, you know, what the future looks like is very much going to be shaped by, like, all of our conditions, right? And so, like, there's so many labor movements happening, right, both within Hollywood and outside of it, and that's going to continue to bleed into our media. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello there, and thank you once again to all the panelists. I'm Tracy Crawley. I'm actually with Northeastern University at our Arlington campus in the Metro DC area, and I'm a scholar of law and public policy, but not a Black feminist scholar, even though I am a huge fan of speculative fiction, love Octavia Butler, love just, you know, haven't heard of about half of the folks you talked about, so the bookstore is going to be getting a lot of dollars from me. I think they've already left, but I know how to find them online. But I just want to ask, because one of the things that kind of came up as I'm listening to as I listened to everyone's presentations, you know, I kept hearing, you know, this conversation around, as we're thinking about Black feminist world making, about the role that imagination plays in this, and kind of thinking about imagination and kind of using it as a tool of freedom and liberation, and how it really kind of helps to kind of shape our world as Black women. And I think about authors and artists such as Zora Neale Hurston. And whenever she first started writing specifically about Black joy, you know, she got such backlash, not only from outside critics, but also from the Black community, because what she envisioned, what she actually put on paper, was something that no one could imagine, and didn't think it was something that could be brought into reality. I think Octavia Butler also experienced that when she first started writing her speculative fiction. And I would really love to hear a little bit more from each of you about kind of the role that the limits of our imagination play on our ability to be able to remake our world, because I really do see the intersections between kind of what's happening in the arts, and as I'm seeing it as someone who does community engaged action research, it's actually, as I'm working with folks on making policy change, it's usually the artists who are at the forefront of those advocacy movements. And so I really see them kind of coming together, and the challenges that a lot of folks are facing, especially communities, in remaking our world because of limitations on how Black people should show up in this world.
Okay, I don't want to hog, but I think, I mean, also I've already sort of mentioned this, right? Like, I think that there is an expansive imagination depending on how we occupy space, right? So I'm thinking about, I forgot his name actually, but he wrote Goliath and War Girls. He's like a Nigerian-American speculative fiction author who like recently did an interview talking about how like he doesn't feel like he has the capacity to dream beyond dystopia, right? That like his speculative fiction novels are dystopic oriented because like that is where his brain is and stuck, and he has trouble with that kind of world making imaginative work beyond that, right? And so obviously like sort of my counter to that is that I think, you know, especially because I'm really interested in what Black feminism looks like both within and outside of womanhood too, right? And I think that there's a way that trans and gender expansive folks are already incorporating imagination and expansiveness into their own lives that translates onto the page, right? And I think, at least for me, like I feel like some of that world making is very much at the forefront of what it means to push ourselves beyond sort of the bounds that we've been given, right? That like, I think a lot of that work happens and starts at the place of the self, right? And that all those things shape our imagination, right? Which is sort of what this, cis Black man that I'm referring to, right, is sort of talking about what the limitations on his own imagination are.
Hello, is this on? Does it sound like it's on? Yes. Okay. I'm like, I don't know if my scarf is like over my ears. So one thing I'm thinking about around Black joy, particularly for the AI and abolition course that I teach, whenever I was just saying this in the back room, but whenever I present this work to non-Black audiences, one of the first questions I get is, don't you think it's really reckless to teach Black kids this like speculative STEM? Isn't that really dangerous? There's already disparities in STEM, and now you're teaching them about technology that doesn't even exist. You're telling them they can build anything. What about the hard skills? I know, right? Laughing. As if STEM and AI isn't deeply speculative, right? Like, that's not like the core of what these technologies are, and it's because who is allowed to dream big, right? And so I often in my work talk about, right, like this notion of like the danger of the speculative and the danger of Black joy, right? And that Black joy has the ability to dismantle and destabilize the structure of white supremacy, right? And we know that historically, we know that, there's an author whose last name is Tanksley, who writes a book about thieving sugar. If y'all know this word, yes, it's like one of my favorite pieces of literature to read, because I'm always in like AI and STEM, and so it's nice when I read other stuff. So I would suggest this book, but essentially, Dr. Tanksley talks about how it was a crime to steal back your body, right, from the master, or to engage in play, or to engage in romance, to engage in pleasure, right, as an enslaved person. And so Black joy was often seen as something that was a threat, right? You were stealing away from the master. And so there's always been this like systemic like erasure and punishment of Black joy, and we see that in like the Black women who were removed from the Napa wine train for laughing too loud, right? We see it in Tamir Rice, right, being killed for playing with a toy gun. We see it in the reduction of recess time for Black kids. Black kids actually have the least amount of recess throughout our nation, and most of them don't have access to recess at all, right? And so how powerful to construct a space where Black joy is the center, that actually Black kids can play with STEM and tinker with these worlds in ways that don't produce this imminent death, right? That they won't be killed in school or body slammed by the school resource officers. And so I think like I'm always thinking about how do we disrupt these death-making systems within education, at least, and within technology, because Black joy is so liberatory. And that's why we're always penalized for it, right? And that's actually why people ask me, aren't you being so ridiculous in centering Black joy? Because they know exactly the power it has.
So I was going to talk about imagination in terms of imagining history and what history looked like, right, 18th and 19th century. And I think one of the great things about things like Bridgerton and Mr. Malcolm's List is that, right, they make concrete, right, the ways in which this world that we have figured for so long as being, right, this lily-white world where Black people were only, right, debased, enslaved, or something else, that there were these other possibilities. And I know that a lot of the press around Bridgerton and movies that engage in like conscious, race-conscious casting tends to kind of talk about how anachronistic that is, right? That they're reimagining the 18th and 19th century and that they're somehow doing it wrong. And so what has been super exciting to me is to see the ways in which younger scholars have kind of taken that and pushed back, and so are going back into the archive and are actually looking for, right, these voices and these other stories to kind of uplift them. And not necessarily, right, to show like the, facts, and the receipts, right, here are Black people that were, actually in the 18th and 19th century, but to kind of diversify, right, and multiply and kind of expand our imagination of what the 18th and 19th century might have looked like for Black folks.
I also just want to add, because, not when we're talking about romance, we're talking about Bridgerton, and like, there is something so powerful in Shonda Rhimes' Black imagination and how she's been able to transform the very white world of, Julia Quinn's novels. And so, anyway, I think that what you're speaking to is also that, right? That like, there's also a way that like, Black speculative work is at play in all these things, right? But somehow like Julia Quinn's able to like just keep making all this money off of like Shonda Rhimes' work. So yeah, anyway.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all so much for your work. It truly is amazing. My name is Titi Layo. I'm a third-year PhD student in the sociology program at Northeastern, and I feel like I'm gonna ask a sociologist kind of question, and it's a little bit long, but just because I want to give some context. I really want to ask how each of you understand media, tech, and so many of the other things that you've talked about in relation to speculative world making. If we live in a neoliberal world where capitalism, self-preservation impulses are heightened, as are contradictions, I'm sorry, I forget which doctor, I think it was you, doctor, no, sorry.
Dr. Tanksley?
No, Dr. Moore, yes, who was talking about the different labor movements, sorry. Dr. Moore was talking about the different kinds of labor movements that are I think growing, and things like military recruitment are very difficult for the United States because people don't want to serve a country that has not done anything for them. But right, we do watch our tax dollars go to a bunch of different places for a bunch of different things, a lot of which I would say most of the American public really is not on board with. And so I think that there's the structural part of neoliberal capitalism, and then there's the ideological part where there's defanging of things like identity politics. The identity politics that we are familiar with now is so different than what the Combahee River Collective was talking about. Identity politics was something that was so grounded in the material reality of Black queer women, Black queer working women, given the conservative shift in the world, it seems like some of that has been lost. So anyway, that's all the background of the question I want to ask. But I think essentially what I want to ask is in a world where distraction is key to the preservation of this violent system, what are the through lines of speculative fiction, not only as escape, but as coming back after the escape and contributing to the destruction of those violent systems, almost all of which are co-constructed with capitalism. And I think I was just thinking about how Oprah made this new color purple, but I don't think that anyone would call her a Black feminist. I think even, I'm sure Taraji P. Henson would not call her a Black feminist. And so I guess those are my kind of questions, of the entanglements with capitalism, and particularly the kind of capitalism that we live under.
I want to take a moderator's liberty and add my question to this because Titi and I were in conversation during the kitchen table moment, and this is something that we were thinking about together. And so when I'm trying to figure out, so this is not a fully formed question, but it is attached to that. So there's an interview with Octavia Butler where they ask her the question, why sci-fi? And her response is, you've got to make your own world. You've got to write yourself in, whether you're a part of the greater society or not. You've got to write yourself in. And one of the things I really appreciate about Octavia Butler's work is as much as it does take us into other realms, it is very tied to the material realities that we experience. And she is very much using the place of speculation to think about answers to material problems in the moment, right? And as much as I understand the absolute need for escapism at times, there's something, Dr. Winborn, you mentioned that you do work on like apocalyptic genres, which I love. But one of the things I love about apocalyptic narratives is that they are, to me, they are a meditation on like a return to a particular kind of moment in human history when like we don't have these sort of larger expansive networks of being, right? And so then I also think about Totin Kane Bambara's adage that, you know, the role of the artist is to make revolution irresistible, right? And so I'm thinking about those things in conjunction with Titilayo's question about the sort of connections and the through lines. And also thinking about the question, I think about imagination and possibilities. Like, I think there's something about being able to imagine otherwise possible worlds that still is, that we still have to connect to our material realities, right? And so I think I'm always at odds with the narratives about we want to move away from trauma porn, we don't want to talk about slavery anymore, because it is a very real material part of our history, and it very much informs our present circumstances. I don't know, the students that are here, we were reading Kristen Smith's new work on the Black radical thought of Beatriz Nacimiento. And one of the things that she does in her writings is she plays with temporality. And she talks about the slavocratic societies, but she talks about them in the present in an attempt to disrupt the narrative that these things were somehow long ago, because they're so much connected to where we are right now. And so I'm really interested in the relationship between the sort of speculative, the imaginative, the possible, and what it allows us to think about our actual material realities. And that anyone can answer that.
Okay, I was just gonna say, as you were talking about speculation being rooted in our material realities, I think that that's one of the things that I see in doing work with Black girls in digital spaces, because the digital products that they're creating, or the digital content that they're creating, is very much rooted in their material realities, but it also is a way through which they can create new realities. So I think that, so while my work is not necessarily related, like in speculative fiction, I think that the way that Black girls and Black youth in general use digital technologies is a speculative practice that has, that is both shaped by material forces and then also has a material impact.
So I wanted to say something about this from a fine art point of view, starting with that. Part of what the artist does, and I think that people, artists in popular media do it in a different way, but they also do part of this as well. And the two can cross paths sometimes. Something that's meant primarily for popular audience viewer can be right on the verge of being fine art and popular art. Some films, for example, not all. But primarily the goal of the artist is to take sometimes the ugly, horrible things that most people just can't deal with looking straight on and hold it up. And part of the question is, now what are you going to do about it? And then to make the world better, as Bell Hooks says, dare to look. And that she wants to change reality. So you look not just because it's something horrible and it's going to make you feel bad. You look because you need to have the courage to look it in the face. Otherwise, you're never going to really be able to understand the core problems of it to be able to change it for the better. Then the other thing that artists do is they hold up sometimes the mundane, the things that we don't necessarily, that others might not necessarily look at or look fully at or even see as being beautiful. And they put it in a new light. And they say, look. And it could be something that you pass every day and you never just saw it in that way. And in part, all of that is asking us to look at each other differently and see the beauty in each other, as well as the capability that humans have shown in the past and often continue to show, some of the worst of what human beings can be and do. And sometimes the two can be so mixed up together that both are happening at the same time.
Hello? Okay. I always have to check. One thing that comes to mind for me, I'm in this project with my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Arturo Cortez at CU Boulder, and we have this project where we're working with young people of color, mostly queer and trans youth, to design video game worlds that are radically different, right, from the world that they inherited, to quote Dr. Kelly. And so in this space, we've moved out of, the game Grand Theft Auto, which is like deeply homophobic, sexist, misogynoir, like everything. Okay, so we talk about how like the game exists in this way that indexes, right, anti-blackness and all of the systems that come with it. And yet, so many of our youth play these games, right, and they still find like joy in these spaces. And so we ended up shifting the game into the feature called role play, where you can kind of like move freely through the space. And the youth are designing from the ground up a society that they believe is an abolitionist society. And so we tackle questions like, should your character even be allowed to die? Should it be, what happens? Do we want death to be in this space? Should there be police? How do we protect those? Should there be unhoused people? Because in the game, typically when you spawn as somebody who doesn't have like resources. And so we tackle all of these really important issues that the youth are saying they weren't, whenever they would try to have these conversations about a speculative future, right, where queer, trans, black, and brown life is sustained, right, that they would be hit with, it's not possible. And so this is a space where they're able to build those futures, and then they've said that it's really helpful for them to build those futures offline as well, and to foster these conversations. And one specific example that I'll give that was just like really powerful is we have a young person who developed like a coven. I think the term is like bad bitch coven in the game, and it's queer and trans witches, right, who can engage in all kinds of spirituality and things like that. Like their characters are coded to be able to fly and like do magic and all kinds of amazing things, right? And with this one youth, what do you call it, streamer, a youth streamer who goes by BB, talks about how they and their peers, their witch peers, used to go to places in the game, servers in the game that were horrifically homophobic, and they would actually clean it up, right? So they would get folks banned, and they would create whole servers that were like queer and trans friendly, right? And they used to have like gangs of people going into these servers, right? Like they would come in like 100 deep and start cleaning up people's servers. And a server, for those of you who don't play games, it's like you can create your own space. So like this would be a space like, full of like white cis-het incels, and they would go up in there and get all of them banned from their own server, and then invite, because they were using like Twitch, invite other folks of color to come in and occupy this space. And so it was like this really powerful conversation about like what technology can afford us, and how it helps us build a speculative future in really tangible and material ways.
Trina, you had a question? Just wanted to let you ask it last.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing. It's been really inspiring to listen to all your words. I'm Trina. I'm a fourth year. I'm International Affairs and Cultural Anthropology. Okay, so many of the panelists mentioned the digital world and the ways in which we can critique its shortcomings while allowing for Black people to imagine new realities through disrupting or debugging, as Dr. Tiera Tanksley stated. So now more than ever, we have the proliferation of digital archives as a means to make visible narratives often forgotten, to translate knowledge for children and scholars, and the usage of digital animations to influence art and how it shapes our realities. How can we continue to disrupt and reshape the digital world as a means to uplift Black agency? Additionally, with the rise in resistance and censorship against Black studies, how can the digital world be imagined as a space of continuity against these repressive ideologies? Simultaneously, how can spaces like digital archives mitigate risk against possible censorship? Is there a need to maintain both the physical and the digital? Thank you.
So I just want to note that we do want to wrap up on time, so if we can have our respondents just kind of keep your answers brief, but please continue.
Yeah, and I think it's super important to do both of those things, and I think that there are ways in which people are expanding out the possibilities of what can be included. So, for example, with the Early Caribbean Digital Archive and the Early Black Boston Digital Almanac, making that material accessible is, during COVID, right, when people are actually, teachers are taking that on and using that in their curriculum, and they continue to do that. So I think we can do more of that. I know that in Florida, there are some schools and churches as well that are doing something similar, where they are creating, they're using like Google Drive to like upload readings and to share readings and things like that. Also just want to shout out Nala Hopkinson's Midnight Robber, which I think offers a template for some of this work, where she's grounding digital technologies and AI in Black culture specifically, and talking about the connections between the two.
I think that yes. To your point, we do need still both the digital and the physical. And I talk about in my book how those, for especially a lot of our young people, like Tiera was just saying, like those worlds are not necessarily like mutually exclusive anyway. And so I think like continuing to find ways to connect the two are going to be key to preserving these types of archives for Black culture.
Okay, wonderful. So what I want to say is, even if you had a question that you did not get to answer, one of the tenets of Black feminist worldmaking is creating community. Yes. So if you have not gotten to ask a question, please feel free to do so as we get ready to leave. But please join me in thanking our panelists for today. And we will now transition to our closing. So Dr. Wright, you can take over. You all can have seats.
Oh, the clicker's not up here. Oh, but it went anyway. Okay, great. All right. Growing the world we want is like the slow tending of a garden, transforming the plants by fostering relationships, trust, skills, community accountability, and healing. It requires cultivating new habits internally, seeding restorative ways of being together interpersonally, uprooting practices of inequality institutionally, and planting alternative possibilities structurally. And this is from the brilliant Ruha Benjamin, who is mentioned several times throughout today. And Dr. Benjamin also has a new book coming out about imagination as a manifesto for a new world. So we can continue these conversations from today with that reading. Today, we have welcomed you all into our garden. A garden nourished by generations of Black feminists radically imagining and actualizing a different world. Bell Hooks reminds us that we will achieve liberation if we are both simultaneously rooted in our current reality and nourishing the soil of the present, and imagining beyond our current reality, planting new seeds that that sprout new possibilities. Approaching Black feminist theory and praxis as a site of world building, this year's theme has guided us, those invested in Black feminism and all that it promises, to imagine, dream, and build our visions, to build our gardens. Black feminism encourages us to engage complexity and nuance, to think critically and fully about how change is possible. Today, we have discussed the role of different radical sites as areas for liberatory praxis. We have truly dived into the mess of digital worlds, technological ecologies, and speculative methodologies in order to propel us towards potential liberatory technologies to craft new and better tools for Black feminist worldmaking. So, we have sat in this garden, chatted with our feet rooted in the soil, and listened deeply as someone has placed seeds in our palms. From my father, I learned gardens can be made anywhere. A man raised in the countryside of Jamaica where I was born, as a child of farmers, he always grew vegetable plants in every apartment we lived in. But once he bought a home, he layered wood and then soil and more soil on top of our concrete backyard in Brooklyn until he could plant tomatoes, peppers, strawberries, cucumbers, bok choy, even a fig tree that threatens to overtake the whole area. And callaloo, a Jamaican spinach that I have never learned to like. During the summer, I know our conversations will always be about his plants. How they're growing, if he could collect enough rainwater, if he's still fighting with the squirrels who just adore his strawberry bushes and want to show their appreciation by stealing his berries. Also from my father, I have learned that every garden needs tools to till the soil, move and shift things, water the plants, fertilize new life, and protect our hands and knees, our bodies. Today, our speakers have provided you all with new tools that you may take to your own gardens as you grow new worlds. From our speakers today, we have learned to reorient and hack spaces that were not made for us, to face the challenges we face in our realities, what we even understand as reality, and dream through and beyond them. To not fear tearing things apart and placing them back together in new ways. To collaborate with other world builders and world benders. To look to the way children teach us how to play and how Black girls brilliantly transform space. To feed each other, to listen to our soul's deepest desires, and doing what brings us joy and leans into the abundance we already possess. As Audre Lorde reminds us, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. We cannot craft new worlds without new tools that encourage us to imagine, build, and to not fear growth or change. So please take these tools with you, craft new tools, share them with others. Also nourish the gardens within yourself, attend to the gardens in your own lives, and start new ones with others. With all of our hands in the soil, we will surely bring forth something spectacular that makes the speculative a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just here to have a final moment of gratitude. Thank you, Dr. A.K. Wright, for bringing it. We're gonna miss you so much, but we know you'll be back. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. If you could just come back up here for 1 second, because we have to take a group picture after this very quickly. We also have gifts for each of you. I'm not gonna belabor the point, but we have gifts for each of you. We know that they look big and cumbersome, but it's okay, we'll mail it to you if you can't fit it in your luggage. I want to thank, can we give it up just for everyone who helped to make this possible today? I want to thank those brothers right there. You, I'm talking about you, the ASL interpreters. You, point to yourself. I'm talking about you, both of you, yes. Derek, please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, Derek Canyon and Brent Tracy, we appreciate you both so much, and we look forward to having you with us again in Oakland. I would like to thank the PAC Network, Adam's team, Adam Polgreen and his team, who always helps us produce high-level live-streamed events, so classy. Somebody asked me for a Zoom link, and I was like, we are too classy for a Zoom link. We have Adam Polgreen. Thank you, Adam. I would like to thank all the people that work here in EV17, thank you to the AV folks. Thank you to Althea, the sister that was helping us today, who I just met today. Thank you. We also need you to come to BFSAA, sis. I would like to thank just all of the different people. There's all these people in these red shirts that work at EV17, the people at the coat check everywhere, everyone that makes it possible for us to be here. I would like to thank our team. Please clap for them. I could go on and on about them. Jania Brown, Asia Potts, Talia Williams, Caitlin McPhee, Danita Menz, Max Olivier, Serena Turner. They're just incredible. I mean, everything that you experience, I always say that I want people to feel. Well, now they're so good that they've broken everything down. So if you look around, you won't feel the same that you felt when you walked in. But you know, we talk a lot in Africana studies about how we want our events to feel for people. We are fully aware of where we are at Northeastern University here in the heart of Roxbury, and we intentionally want to be better neighbors in this community. That's one of the goals of our program. And so we always want to be inviting, and all those things a lot of thought is put into the slides, into all the images that you see, into the programs, into the resource sheets, and they do all of that. So thank you so much. I wanted to thank also our photographer. We have a new photographer this year. This is Ithi Almadi. Yes, also available. I hope you brought cards. Because we'll mail out her website. But she does amazing, amazing work. So we're so glad to have you, and your energy that you brought here was really a blessing too. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. And that metaphor of the garden is one that I am leaving with. Two things: who is allowed to dream big? I hope that everybody leaves here dreaming big, and thinking about tending to your gardens, right? Of course, I think about Alice Walker in Search of Our Mother's Gardens, but tending to your gardens, tending to each other's gardens, tending to each other is part of the work that we all do. So thank you for being here, and have a wonderful, wonderful evening and weekend.